Here you are, Michelle.
Hey, Jay, what's this?
Script revision.
Script revision? Why?
Just read it.
Okay. Jay Baruchel's Audible original series is one of the most compelling pieces of audio content to ever be released. Jay, what is this?
Well, I was just riffing, trying something out.
I'm gonna stick to my own series here.
Yeah, that's probably the smart money.
Now with unlimited access to thousands of select titles. Listen more.
Are you a functional retard? I have to ask. They said, Phil, you know, we contribute to you, but it always seems like it's a black hole, because it always seems like no matter how much we contribute, you're always still having problems. You're always still in debt, and nothing's getting better. I agree with you. YouTube mode on. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to podcast. I know that this is not the usual time that I'd be doing the pre-stream podcast because today is 2021. Hello, everyone. Welcome. How you doing? First of all, happy holidays to everyone. Early Merry Christmas. For some of you. God, I kicked up the game. I'm like 2 days, 3 days. I seriously. Actually, you might be that far ahead. How you guys doing? I hope you're doing all right. It's actually around 40 p.m. here Pacific time. As you know, when I do ask my Q&A show. Jesus Christ! I started the show a little later. I take time to review your questions. Okay, actually starting to feel better now. From everywhere. The questions come from all these Canadian doing these EV games with those all stores. EV games are the same as GameStop. One of the called GameStop, not EV games anymore. That has changed in the last few months. Is that members join this channel as a member actually get priority to get their questions answered on the show. And I'm not exaggerating. Half the questions we're going to answer on today's edition of Ask the King will be from members, channel members, which is awesome, right? So we're going to see how this goes. As you guys know, I've been very critical of Ask the King over the last year to year and a half, wondering if it really needs to exist, since I basically answer your questions every single day live on stream. But every single time that I've said, maybe we should retire it, I get a lot of backlash. A lot of people say, no, Phil, it's one of your longest running legacy shows. You can't get rid of Ask the King. And so I always kind of keep it around, okay? Today we'll talk about that, obviously, during the show, among many, many other topics. Now, this pre-stream will not be super lengthy. Thanks to Jubbity Bubbity for joining the Hate Army.
These are some of the best Boxing Day deals that you can snag at Best Buy. A Samsung 65-inch 4K Neo QLED TV, a Samsung Galaxy Buds Pro 360, Bose Quiet Comfort headphones, a Fitbit Sense smartwatch, an Insignia air fryer. Happy deal hunting.
Sadly, the most disappointing.
This house has cable TV.
It's too quiet.
This house has Stack TV.
It's too quiet.
So what's the difference? With Stack TV, you can stream the best channels for less.
I like this so much. Right now, a little buzz, which is nice. Thanks for those of you who are here live. If you always watch on demand, right here on DSP Gaming. Chance caught up when you get a chance. Many videos, There's also videos. There's also videos over on my vlog. Whenever I do it, DSP tries. No exceptions. Today will be no exceptions. I would be shocked. I'm not even shocked. I'm not even kidding. I would be shocked. I would be shocked
that use a magnetic stripe receptacle digitally online to transfer funds from one entity to another in a legal and monitored capacity. It is reported to the IRS.
How you doing? I hope you're doing well. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Hope you're preparing for your Christmas celebration all around the world. Thanks for those of you who are here live. 40 of you and growing right now. Like I said, I don't think we're gonna. I'll be honest. I don't think we're gonna get. I'll be honest. I don't think we're gonna get too many people. I think this is basically kind of like people who just have like nothing to do today. You're busy, but you're busy, but extra time. You have a little extra time. I really don't foresee this being anything today. But thanks to those who are here to choke. Today is only Ask the King. It's going to be me doing a brief pre-stream 3 hours of Q&A roughly, and that's it. That's the show. No gameplay here today at all. Oh no! We certainly did a lot of that yesterday. A lot more of that coming. A lot more of that coming after the Christmas holiday, which we'll talk about in a moment. Which you guys are going to vote. You guys are going to vote and determine what I'm actually playing on Sunday when I come back from this. Today we're going back to the standard format for a stream, which means yes, we do have tip goals in effect. Today is the last day for the Let's Get Lit light up hat. Okay. After today we retire it because this is a Christmas hat. So last chance to see this hat on stream today. All right. Last day for the festive Christmas sweater. I know I've been wearing them all week. Today's the last day for that. Now. Any contributions that come in during Ask the King, as you know, I appreciate. I'll give you a shout out. If there's questions associated with those contributions, I'll answer them when I get a chance between these questions, which we definitely have to answer during the show. Excuse me.
See you do is big.
Yes, we do have some goals in effect today. If we raise $50 in tips, yes, I will put on the Gunner glasses. Oh, here they are, the Gunner glasses. If we raise $100 in tips, I will put on the Let's Get Lit hat. And if we raise the full tips goal for today's stream, I'll put on the festive Christmas sweater of your choice. You'll get to vote on which one you want to see. And then that stuff gets retired for the year until next Christmas season, okay? This is my only stream for today, all right? It would be great if you could contribute. I'm not going to harp on it, nor are you going to hear me mentioning it once we start with Ask the King. I'm not really going to be.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money.
A good time.
Pay my bills.
Even though normally I would do 2 streams in one day, today I'm only doing the one. I'm not even here tomorrow. I'm taking the day off for Christmas. So I'm just saying anything that you contribute today would help for the fact that I was only 1 stream today and no streams tomorrow. All right. All right. So the way it works when I do Ask the King, I answer your questions. Some are from my forums, some are from members of the channel, and some are from my Twitter account, okay? We usually break the show up into hour segments. So I'll answer questions for an hour, take a break, do another hour, take a break, etc. Those videos are uploaded to my vlogging channel, The King of Hate Vlogs, so you can get caught up after the fact, okay? Did you just see what I just tried to do? What an idiot. That's some Christmas genius right there. Anyway, so Ask the King today.
Too
okay?
bad.
I'm not doing a second stream tonight because my wife's currently working. She's not too happy about. When she gets back, we're gonna order out some nice Chinese food. I'm gonna go pick it up, and we're gonna have a nice Chinese dinner together, which we traditionally do every single Christmas Eve. Tomorrow, we have a nice day together. We're gonna make breakfast together: eggs, waffles, fruit, all kinds of stuff. And then we're going to get our Christmas roast going. First time ever, we're making a Christmas roast in the oven. You know, we're going to, I think it's called braising first. And then what is braising? Is that you put it in the frying pan? I don't even know. I'm not a cook. You're asking the wrong person. But I guess you braise it first. Then you got to put it in the oven. And you cook it in its own juices. You encrust it with this coating. It's going to be pretty interesting. Okay? So, we're going to be doing that. And also making roasted potatoes and stuff while we relax during the day. You know, my wife says that, well, we'll definitely watch some Christmas stuff. I told her we're going to watch a Christmas story, maybe like, you know, a Christmas Carol, something like that. Of course, my wife has a day home. She wants to play some more games. She loves playing The Witcher 3 right now. She's been playing a lot of it, so she's probably going to play more of that. We're going to have a nice, relaxing day. We have liquor, too. Remember, I told you guys I bought liquor for the Christmas marathon, so I still got all that. I still got the eggnog. I still got the whiskey. I still got Irish cream I didn't even drink yesterday. So we're drinking all day. Okay? Should be a good time. Should be a good time tomorrow for my day off. All right, now, here's what I need your input with, guys. When I come back on Sunday, we're back to full-time streaming. In fact, there's going to be 3 straight days of full-time streaming. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Now, what I'm going to play is determined by you. Okay? I need you to vote. Right now, you can go to the channel page of DSP Gaming, the main channel page, the community tab. There is a poll there. What game do you want to see me play when I come back on Sunday? And the choices are as follows: Grand Theft Auto 3 Definitive Edition, Resident Evil 4, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim Anniversary Edition. The poll is very close. In fact, I think overnight, Resident Evil 4 was ahead, and then Skyrim narrowly beat it, and now it's like neck and neck. There's only a few percentage points between those two. GTA 3, not surprisingly, is 3rd place in the poll. I'm not shocked. I thought it would be, being that the way that I saw the reception of when I played it the other day, and the fact that we've been playing GTA now for many months, I get the feeling that is the game that people are going to want to see the least right now, but it's still good for variety's sake.
It sounds nothing like that at all.
So, please vote. Your votes determine what I do on Sunday. Whatever wins the poll is the main stream on Sunday when I come back. Sunday night is going to be Street Fighter, which I usually would play tonight, Friday night, but because it's Christmas Eve, I'm not. So I'll be playing Street Fighter Sunday night, okay? Monday, whatever came in 2nd place in the poll will be played. And then Monday night will be some Halo Infinite multiplayer. Okay, and I hope you'll come and support that whole Halo Infinite stream. As I said, I'm really having a ton of fun with the Halo Infinite multiplayer. I'm getting better every time I play it, but it seems like the support for those streams hasn't been great or consistent, and I would like for it to be more consistent so I can be rest assured this is going to be something that's worth investing time in because you guys want to see it, okay? And then on Tuesday, whatever came in 3rd place in the poll will be played. And then Tuesday night will be endgame content of Lost Judgment. We are finally going to take on the Professor, which is the final part of the School Stories plotline. Finally, we can finish it up, and then we can get to the conclusion of the main story, and we can wrap up the whole game. All right? So that's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I'm off on Wednesday. And then when I return on Thursday, we get back into the swing of the regular things that I'm doing. the main games again will be Skyrim, Resident Evil 4, and GTA 3, and that'll probably be twice, probably each 2 times that week.
Tiger,
the night streams will still be
Tiger,
Halo Infinite multiplayer, Lost Judgment, and Street Fighter. Don't be surprised if you see an extra stream or 2 of Lost Judgment. I may even, if we're at the end game, wedge it in as a main stream, because I'm trying to finish Lost Judgment. I need to finish it. Once I finish Lost Judgment, I can then do my year-end awards, which is my Game of the Year awards and the most disappointing Games of the Year countdown. Literally, Lost Judgment is the only thing holding me back from doing that series. I need to finish the game. So once we do it, we wrap it up. Great. And then we can head right into the fun year-end stuff, and then we can focus more on the new stuff that I'm doing. Okay? In regards to the new stuff I'm doing, yesterday you guys really seemed to like both Resident Evil 4 and Skyrim, although surprisingly I ended up playing like over 2 hours of Resident Evil 4. I didn't plan on doing that. What ended up happening was you guys voted to see Resident Evil 4 first, so we did it first. And then what ended up happening was my food that was supposed to be delivered got delayed and delayed and delayed because the person who was supposed to be delivering it decided to take on multiple other jobs along the way to make more money. But by the time my food showed up, it was super late. It was supposed to be here around 4:10, 4:15. It showed up at like 4:45, and it was ice cold. How nice.
This guy won't shut the fuck up.
But because of that,
Shut
I just had to
up.
keep playing. I just kept playing and playing
Jesus
and playing.
fuck.
Like, Jesus,
shut
food
their
every other
mouths.
year, I guess I'll keep playing. So it ended up being a really large chunk of Resident Evil 4 that I didn't even expect. And I only ended up playing about roughly
Are you gonna just complain all night?
90
Just
minutes of
leave then.
Skyrim. I would have liked to do more, but we just didn't have time because I still had to do DSP tries. But from the feedback I got, you guys seem to like both games. Resident Evil 4, a lot of people are feeling nostalgia. People like when I play survival horror games. Resident Evil 4 is one of the more challenging ones because the controls is the first, like, third-person action-oriented Resident Evil, but the controls of the game aren't great. They're a little bit sluggish, making it seem like these townspeople should be easy to kill, but they're actually not. It's more challenging. So that was fun, and I can't wait for more of that. And then Skyrim, man, I made Jasper Kitty, who's running around the office right now. I made him in Skyrim as a Khajiit, and he is kicking ass. His hand-to-hand combat, that's right, Jasper. Your hand-to-hand combat skills are unmatched. Jasper, did you know yesterday you did a snap suplex to a dark elf and you broke his spine? He didn't know. Did you guys even see that? It was amazing. I didn't even know those animations existed in Skyrim. Now, I've never done hand-to-hand before in like a Elder Scrolls game. And I also don't know if those are new animations that were added for like this current edition of the game or if they were previously in the game. But dude, it's ridiculous. He's kicking ass. He picked the dude up and he just dropped him right on his neck, snapped his neck. I was like, this is in Skyrim? Like, I was like, this is literally in Skyrim? What game am I playing? You think I'm playing an MMA game or something? Like, brutal. But it's pretty awesome. David Healy, no, I said that the noodles were warm after an hour or so. Both the chicken adobo as well as the fish were ice cold. As I said in the review, I said if this fish were warm, it would probably be really, really good. Anyway, so people, of course, you see, I'm doing a show. Let's contradict Phil on Christmas Eve and try to make him look stupid because we want to be jerks. We want to be Grinches. We want to be Scrooges on Christmas Eve. Let's contradict Phil in his own chat and try to act like he's a liar. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, stupid. Anyway, so... yeah, it was wild. I'm excited to continue both playthroughs. Both of them. I really am. And I can't wait to see what you vote for, all right? Like seriously, the next couple of weeks are going to be great. We're going to have Skyrim, Resident Evil, GTA, finishing Lost Judgment, year-end series, heading into a new year fresh, all this cool stuff. I'm excited. I'm very excited. I hope you guys are too, all right? I'm just trying to think, is there anything else that I really have to talk about? I think we pretty much covered, like, everything yesterday, you know, like, there's not much, you know, I hope you all have a great holiday. Obviously, I'll tell you at the end of the show. I hope you all have a great holiday tomorrow and everything. Like I said, this will be a much shorter podcast than usual. What's the point of doing a long one when I'm about to talk to you for 3 hours for Ask the King, right? All right, so to reiterate, because, wow, we actually have I'm shocked we have over 200 people. I just told you guys like 5 minutes ago, I thought we would have less than 200. We have over 200 people on the stream already. Thank you guys. I didn't expect an audience today. I really didn't. I thought this would be like a very low attendance stream. But anyway, so here's the deal. Ask the King for the next 3 hours. If you contribute, I will give you a shout out when I get a chance. Please understand that I do have to focus on these questions first, but I swear to you, I will give you a shout out. I will answer any questions for your contributions. Yes, this is a standard stream where I'm basically trying to hit tips goals. So $50 Gunner glasses, $100 the Let's Get Lit hat. And if we do raise the entire $150 tips goal for the day, you'll get to pick a festive Christmas sweater. Today is the last day for all of that. It all ends today. You won't see any more of the Christmas stuff. You will see Christmas decorations and Christmas animations. Those are actually going to go through the early January till I do my year-end series. But this nice, you know, what I'm wearing and everything, that ends today. That was only for this week. That was only for Christmas week. Who the hell wants to see me wear Let's Get Lit and stuff after Christmas is over, right? Certainly not me.
Hint, hint, hint.
Merry Christmas to you, Ryan. All right, so let's quickly do shout-outs. Let's update the leaderboards, and then we're going to jump into Ask the King. Sound good? So first of all, let's do on the YouTube side of things some shout-outs. On the YouTube side of things, we start off with Angry Templar, who did a $5 super chat and said, Merry Christmas, Phil. Thank you to the Angry Templar. I appreciate that. Also, shout out to Gabriel KO, who re-upped his channel membership today and said, Merry Christmas, Phil. Thank you so much to Gabriel KO.
Stop this!
Anarchist's son just did a $5 super chat. Says, do you think more successful and famous creators like PewDiePie should pay you royalties for the inspiration you gave them in the early days? Absolutely yes. Of course, it's a stupid question. I'm just going to ignore it. But I still thank you for the super chat. Yes, they all owe me everything. Anyway. No, what I've always said is, the thing that's unfortunate is that it really felt like a small group of people in 2017 were responsible for the downfall of people being able to be full-time creators on YouTube. It really feels like that. And PewDiePie was one, not just solely him. There were a few people who basically were kind of known as the big gaming YouTubers or the big YouTube content creators. And because of the stuff that they did, which was kind of irresponsible, advertisers looked at their content and said, we don't want ads on YouTube anymore. And a lot of people lost the ability to make a living on YouTube full-time because of the adpocalypse. And that's one of the unfortunate things about it. You want to know what I'm upset about? That's what I'm upset about. Because before then, I was actually able to make a living on YouTube. Didn't realize that what they did had such influence over everything on YouTube. They really do owe an apology to everyone who got affected by that. They do. That's my opinion. But are you ever going to get it? Of course not. All you're going to do is defend. Oh, it's not my fault. Oh, no, I didn't do that. Okay. Whatever you say. You totally weren't the face of everything, and then it all fell apart because you acted like a jackass. But whatever.
Oh,
see, the thing
no,
is today,
you didn't, you motherfucking piece of shit cocksucker.
Very harmful to many people, and I apologize for it all the time.
Mark
you guys
my
know that.
fucking words.
About Minecraft and other games and developers and
I'm
stuff
coming
over the years.
for you.
It was very, very
I'm gonna find out who the fuck you
and
are.
I've grown from that, and I know
you
that was harmful, and I
motherfucker.
don't do that stuff
You
anymore.
are fucked.
Some of these people just like,
let this be
you
noticed
know, I was
live on
the top
the
guy
internet.
on YouTube, literally the
fucked.
top guy on YouTube,
And
but I
you
don't
are
feel
dumb.
responsible for anything I ever did. Okay. Yeah. Merry Christmas to you. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. On to tips. The first tip of today is from Lloyd Braun, who tipped $20. Says, Merry Christmas. I hope you have a great Christmas filled with love, joy, good food, happiness, and a family togetherness. That is awesome. Thank you, Lloyd. So you guys, what I'm going to start doing, I actually decided I was going to start doing this recently. I'm only going to be putting abbreviations for last names on my leaderboard. And there's two main reasons why I'm going to do that. First of all, because my leaderboard, when I put full names, tends to fill up and become insanely large, and then I can't fit it on the screen anymore. That's number one. Number two, by putting people's full names, sadly, I feel like it does put people at risk. You know, we were on Twitch. Everyone was using a pseudonym, but a lot of people on YouTube don't. A lot of people on YouTube use their real name, and then they tip using the YouTube login and stuff. And next thing you know, their real name's out there, and I don't want that to happen, or have it plastered all over the screen. So I'm going to start abbreviating last names. I think it's a good thing to do. Okay? So thank you. Big tip. I really appreciate that, Lloyd. Muse89 is here. Did a $4.20 tip. Says, just tested positive for Omicron, so I'm in isolation. Glad there's a stream today, so I feel less lonely. I'm very sad to hear you tested positive. I'm happy that I can do something to make you feel better. What I'm hoping is that you are not suffering horribly like people who got COVID before. You know, a lot of the reports are that Omicron is a milder symptom kind of a deal, especially for those who have been vaccinated. So I hope it's not a big deal for you, and I do hope that you feel better soon. Sucks. I get the feeling, I'm not even kidding, I get the feeling we're all getting it. I kind of get that feeling like Omicron is the end-all be-all of COVID. It's the last hurrah for this disease. Everyone's going to end up getting it, and then we'll kind of have almost like a natural immunity, I would hope. I don't know. I'm not a scientist or a fucking doctor, but I'm just saying, like, they're basically acting like everyone's going to get it. Even people who are like triple immunized, quad immunized are fucking getting it. So, Rob on Wheels is here today. Has tipped $5. Thank you, Rob. Merry Christmas to you. He says, how many of us will be singing the What Could It Be song tomorrow? What could it be? Oh, what could it be? That's right. I'm going to talk about that every year now, since now you guys seem to really like when I told the story this year. If you don't know what he's talking about, when I was a child, that's just people who are just, sadly, I hate to say it, focused on the negative. Oh, Phil raged a couple times playing Street Fighter because he said the connection was bad. He must hate Street Fighter. He's having a terrible time. Did you watch the rest of the stream when I was, like, kicking everyone's ass? Like, what are you talking about? But that's it. They focused on the tiny little negative instead of the ginormous positive, and then, oh, there was a little negative in there, so that's what it was overall. It was negative, right? Very immature mindset. Jason U72 did a super chat and says, would you like to see Silent Hill remake by Re-Engine? You mean like Silent Hill running on the Resident Evil engine? I mean, that'd be pretty badass.
So
I don't know
be an
how
asshole.
I feel about a
You're gonna be treated
Silent
like an
Hill.
asshole. You're gonna be shown the door.
I think that's maybe what we were going to get with Kojima's Silent Hills that got canned. It would have been nice to know exactly what would have come of that. I don't know. I certainly would like to see another Silent Hill just in general. So. Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the pre-stream. Like I said, it would be a short one. Let's end it. Let me switch the template over to Ask the King. We'll get started answering your questions. How does that sound? Thanks for being here on Christmas Eve. I appreciate this, guys. Wow. 260 viewers and climbing. I'm shocked. I really am shocked. I did not think that I would have this many viewers. Awesome. All right. So I stopped recording. I'm going to set up the template now for Ask the King, which is a little different, guys. So bear with me here because I have to do this on the fly. So I do this. I got to get rid of the pre-stream. There we go. And the camera's way too zoomed in now. So what I need to do now is kind of resize and reposition. There we go. And normally I would leave this, well, you know what? I'll leave it on the bottom. Because I could put it on the top or the bottom. Usually I put it on the top for Ask the King. It's fine. I was going to say, oh, pop-ups will block it. But I have it like this almost, a lot now. Especially on the pre-stream podcast, I always have it on the bottom. I think it's fine. Angry Templar did a super chat. Says, tell us your thoughts on YouTube CEO. I don't have thoughts on YouTube CEO. I don't pay attention to that shit. Okay. Yes, this is very on-topic stuff you're asking me. Thanks, Angry Templar. Anyway. All right. So, this is good. Let's actually do the intro. So how do we do the intro? Well, what we do is we zoom over to here. Hold on. Shit. Where's the screen? There it is. We start here. All right. Ready, guys? We're going to get started. Everyone ready? Let's do it.
Looks like someone had too much chili at Wendy's.
What is up, everybody? Happy Christmas Eve. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Darkside Phil, and I welcome you here to Ask the King, episode 89. We are getting up there in the amount of episodes. However, if you haven't noticed over the last couple of years, the frequency that I put out these episodes has slowed down dramatically. I used to do it every month, and I used to do it every other month. Now we barely do it every 3 sometimes. Mostly because I'm an interactive streamer and content creator now. I talk with you guys every single day. There isn't necessarily as much of a demand for me to be doing a Q&A show like this. But when there's a holiday or when there's a lot of stuff to talk about or whatever, typically that's when we would do the show. So welcome to the show. Thank you, Gabriel KO, for that super chat. Might as well get him up on the leaderboard before we get started here. So how does the show work? Well, every 2 to 3 months, I answer all of your questions from my forums online, from my Twitter account the day of, and the new thing that actually has become the thing that took off with this show, members, people who are channel members down there, okay? They get their questions answered in priority, and I'm not even going to exaggerate, half the people this time are from the members, you see? So when you guys ask me, oh, what are the benefits of being a member? That's one of the huge ones. If you want to get a nice dedicated time to get your questions answered on Ask the King, that's a great way to do it. Okay? Now, also, if you are a patron of mine, at a certain tier level of $20 or more, you're guaranteed to get an in-depth question answered. However, I'm going to be honest with you guys, that's kind of fallen by the wayside in the last year. I'm not kidding. Only one person even did it. The patron stuff is there. It's nice. The Patreon is there. Patreon.com/DarkSidePhil. It's a way that people can contribute to this content behind the scenes and not really have any interaction on the streams. And that's how most people do it. They like the stuff. Maybe they watch the stuff on demand on YouTube. They're not necessarily into being on the stream. That's a way that they contribute. So that used to be a major way to do it. Now almost no one does it. Now people are doing it being members, which is awesome because that actually helps DSP Gaming channel as a whole. Now here's the thing. I currently upload Ask the King to my vlogging channel, The King of Hate Vlogs. All right? Why do I do that? Because I used to upload so many videos at such a high frequency, so many, the high volume, right? So many videos that if I were to put my vlogging and my gameplay on the same channel, likely it would have flooded the channel and people would have complained. But now things are a lot different. Over the past few years, I've changed my content creation style to the point where now, you know, every day, what do I put out? 3, 4, 5 gameplay videos tops, a pre-stream podcast, a daily wrap, and that's it. There's nothing else. So we're going to do 5, 6 videos a day. It's not a big deal. What I'm noticing is that now that I'm still uploading videos to the vlogging channel, The King of Hate Vlogs. In fact, you may be watching this there right now. Basically, views are way down over there. Like yesterday, I had a Christmas marathon. Okay, we did Feasting with the King, DSP Tries It, 3 games, and a pre-stream podcast. Everything that I uploaded to DSP Gaming has decent views. The vlog stuff I uploaded to the King of Hate Vlogs, like almost no one's watched. I hate my job. They think the channel's dead, and I don't blame them. I almost never upload there. It's only Ask the King, Feasting with the King, DSP Tries It. How often do I upload that stuff? It's so scarce, right? So some people are actually of the impression that maybe I should just upload all my content to DSP Gaming again, like I did at one time. At one time, everything was on one channel, and then because I was putting out so much content, people wanted me to break it up. I even had a fighting game exclusive channel at one point when I used to upload a ridiculous amount of fighting game content. So I'll think about it. I would like your feedback on that, guys. Let me know. Moving forward, would you like to see me put everything on DSP Gaming so it's all a one-stop shop kind of a deal? Or do you still like the fact that the channels are split? Because it seems like it's just not getting a lot of attention anymore. You know, it's a shame because the shows are still good. People tell me they're good, but it would be nice if people would watch it. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, even though this is a Q&A show, I'll be answering all your questions right here. People will be contributing on
and that's it,
sure.
because you're just going to waste
and
our
I'm
time.
going to give shout-outs for those contributions in between the questions, all right? I'm going to try not to derail the stream too much. What I like to do is record it in 1-hour segments, so I'll probably talk for about an hour now, take a break, come back another hour, take a break, and then the finale. If we have time after I answer all the questions, sometimes I open up the chat to open Q&A, so people are able to answer questions or ask their questions live, and I can answer them on the fly. We'll see if we can get to that. You know, I'm going to basically be streaming to my usual time, which is 4 p.m., about 3 hours from now. So we'll see how much ground we can cover in the next 3 hours. Fair enough? Any contributions are appreciated. I talked about this on the pre-stream, but very briefly for the show. We do have goals. Raising $50, I'll put on a pair of Gunner glasses. Don't ask me how that benefits me when I'm doing a vlog show, but people like it. If you raise $100 in tips, it's the last hurrah for the Let's Get Lit hat for the year. It'll light up one last time. If we hit the total tips goal for today, I'll put on a festive holiday sweater of your choice. But today's the last day for the holiday stuff because tomorrow's Christmas. And then after that, I don't think people want to see Christmas stuff. Okay. All right. Shout out to Europe Gaming, who's a love and support. Merry Christmas, and did a nice super chat. Thank you, Europe Gaming, for that. And then let's get into the questions, shall we? All right. Let's do it, my friends. So,
I need
first,
that
we're
money.
going to
I
actually
really do.
start
I need
off
that money.
with channel
My
member
bills.
questions. It would have been nice if I had that ready. I didn't. Channel member questions. People who are members and who ask questions, and now I'm going to answer them. So we start off today with Jones Stabone. Jones Stabone. Happy holidays to you. And Jones Stabones asked the following. You ready? If you could create a sequel to a cliffhanger game, or maybe a game that you felt was unfinished, what would it be, and how might the sequel play out? Well, obviously, for me, the game that always ended on a cliffhanger, and I was so disappointed that we could never actually get a resolution to our plot.
Are you a functional
I'm looking
retard?
through
I have to
my
ask.
entire history of content creation all the way back to 2008. All right, I'm racking my brain about this question. All right, and I'm like, what could it be? And I finally realized I had it. The game that we need to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, grab some salt. Conduit 2. Conduit 2. How could you not continue that plot? At the end of the game, if Conduit 2, a wormhole opens. Abe Lincoln and other presidents from the American past walk out of the wormhole with giant space weapons, ready to combat the invading aliens, and the game just ends. Your boy Lem says, I don't know what that is. You don't? You never watched my Conduit 2 playthrough? Well, it was before I did direct capture. It was before I ever live streamed. It was ugly as fuck, not only because I was using a camera pointed at a television, but also because the game was ugly as fuck. Conduit 2 is a Wii exclusive first-person shooter. Both Conduit and Conduit 2. The door moved? Oh my god, there's a gremlin! It's Jasper. Jasper went inside the closet. People are freaking out. They're like, the door moved. Yeah, Jasper went in the closet. Anyway, so, actually the camera's crooked. Actually the camera's I guess the camera zoomed out a little bit more. It looks fine. Anyway, but yeah, Conduit 2, it's a terrible game. It really is. At the time, it was a running meme on the internet how bad Conduit 2 was. I was one of the people who did a full playthrough, and people were laughing hysterically. It was one of my most disappointing and funniest moments as well. It was like such a bad game. So obviously I'm being silly here. I'm joking. I mean, honestly, like what other franchises had a story that was unfinished and just ended and never continued? I don't know. Nothing comes to mind. I would think that any of the ones that were good and warranted a continuation of the plot got it. You know what I mean? Like, there's games that I wish there were more sequels to or the franchise continued, but it wasn't that the ending was unfinished and it was a cliffhanger. It was more like, I just want that series to continue. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, most of the games that never were continued sucked. Or they were never continued. Chum Baguette says Half-Life 2 Episode 2. Well, you see, I would agree with you there, except, I mean, at this point, even if they made it, if they continued it, it probably would suck. Valve has not made games in so long, I doubt they can. That's kind of the problem with something like that is, Oh, we're a top game company. Oops, we can make money just publishing games and putting it on our distribution platform. Well, after 15 years, I don't want to fucking even see Half-Life 2 Episode 3. I really don't. I don't think it would be any good. I mean, want to talk about being out of touch with your customer base? Oh, we're going to make a semi-sequel to Half-Life 2, Half-Life Alyx. Oh, it's a VR game. Oh, VR, because, you know, that's just such a mainstream adapted right now. Everyone plays VR, right? Genius. All right, anyway, let's continue. The next question is from Jory Slimefeld, who asks, you mentioned Jasper being a young attention-seeking cat. I know he's still a rascal, but he's a lot better than he's been. I've been raising a cat with my girlfriend for almost a year now, and he's similarly rambunctious, but he's very sweet. Do you have any advice on dealing with a rowdy cat? Happy holidays to you and yours, Phil. Santa Emo. Thank you very much, Jory Slimefeld. Well, here's what I've learned. In the several years now that I've owned a feline and been the proud parent of one, I can tell you some things that I've learned, and some things that I've learned don't work and do work. Okay, first of all, cats do not usually understand negative reinforcement. That doesn't mean that negative reinforcement won't work in the short term, but a cat can't understand when you say bad behavior, stop doing that, and you spray him with a bottle, or you yell at him, you chase him. The cat doesn't understand that you're saying, oh, this is a bad behavior, stop doing the bad behavior, okay? What the cat will associate is, oh, water bottle means if I go to that area you don't want me in, I'm going to get wet, and the cat doesn't like getting wet, so it won't, or it might not go to that area anymore. But the cat, it doesn't understand. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not like the cat is like, oh, I know what I'm doing something wrong, and I'm actively choosing to do the wrong thing, and I'm being punished for it.
Hell are
the
you
cat doesn't
talking
get
about?
that, okay? What's actually been found in, what's actually been found with felines is positive reinforcement works way better than negative reinforcement, okay? So when your cat is doing nice things, when your cat is doing the right things, reward it, okay? Never reward bad behavior, because if you accidentally or even intentionally reward bad behavior, the cat will now think that behavior is good and will repeat the behavior. So I'll actually give you some perfect examples here, okay? Jasper loves jumping in front of the TV when I'm trying to play games and stream. Why does he like doing that? Because usually when he does that, my wife is at work, he wants attention, he can't get attention because I'm playing a game, so he says if I block what he's doing, he'll give me the attention. So what would happen is he's in here, I yell at him, I stand up, he jumps down from the TV, sometimes I pet him. That's bad, honestly. That's giving him the attention he wants. By actually reacting to what he's doing, that gives Jasper a notion of thinking that he's going to get what he wants if he continues to do that action. So I don't mind when he jumps on the chair, so I would never yell at him, and I would never try to get him to stop jumping on the chair. I think that's cute. But when he blocks my TV and I can't work, yeah, that gets upsetting, especially it's the middle of my work day. I need to be able to work, right? So if you haven't noticed, recently when Mr. Jasper Kitty, right here, starts to jump in front of the television, he's so smart, he's here for the segment about him. Isn't that cute? He was so smart, he knew to jump up here. Anyway, when he jumps in front of the television, now I ignore him. And sometimes it takes a little bit longer to get him to get down from in front of the television. But what happens is after about maybe 10, 15 minutes, he realizes, oh, I'm not going to get the attention that I want. I'll move on and I'll go do something else. Okay? If I stand up and yell at him, I gave him the attention, you see? Here's another perfect example, and this goes for cats, dogs, any kind of an animal. Do not give them human food. If you give them human food, they will now think this is a regular occurrence and they just deserve human food all the time. If you're not aware, human food is not meant for cats, for dogs. It's unhealthy for them. They could end up getting disease. They could end up getting too much cholesterol, too much fat, too many calories, sodium, all these things. You could give them something that you didn't even know, but it's poison to them.
What do I do?
You might not even know it. They should not be eating human food, okay? If you're eating dinner and you have a cat or a dog that tends to come up to the table and beg, if you have a cat or a dog that jumps on the table,
someone please shut up this dude
give it
who's being
food,
a moron.
you've now enabled the bad behavior. You understand? You have to say, no, we're not going to do that. As cute as they are, we're not going to do that, because the moment we do that, now that animal is,
take that as you will,
programmed in its head to think cause and effect. I do this, I get the reward that I want, that I'm seeking. You see? If you don't do that, then all of a sudden, after a while, your cat or dog or whoever will say, oh, I'm not going to get that reward when I'm up there no more, and it's not going to do that anymore. You see? So yeah, so what I found is that negative reinforcement doesn't really work. However, there are times when you need to use negative reinforcement.
From PayPal.
And the only time that I use it now is when Jasper's in danger for something.
PayPal.
So for example, all of a sudden I turn and Jasper is chewing one of my powered wires in the office. Well, guess what? If I don't directly react, he might hurt himself. He could bite through that wire and electrocute himself. I got to stop that. So whether it means I got to spray him, I got to yell at him, I got to toss him out of the room, which has happened. You guys have seen.
My laugh sounds like
a couple of months.
So when I laugh and I go,
a couple times, like, he will not stop acting up, and I'm nervous because he might hurt himself, and I got to get him out of here. And there's nothing you can do.
No,
you got to. You got to be responsible. You can't ignore the behavior because then the animal might keep doing it and hurt itself. Okay? So that's my advice. No negative reinforcement unless you absolutely need to protect the animal.
I am
then it's warranted.
and I like
Otherwise,
my balls.
positive reinforcement of the good behavior.
It says that.
But never
I am
give
cat
positive
and I
reinforcement to
liking
the
my
bad
balls.
behavior because the animal thinks that's a good behavior then. Sound good? I hope that answered your question, Jory. All right. Shout out to Jeff, who has tipped me a whopping $30. Thank you, Jeff. He says, Merry Christmas to you in the chat. I work in law enforcement. I'll be working the next 2 days. Stay safe. Well, Jeff, I want to say something. Thank you for that. Because there are some jobs out there that you need to work through the holidays because it's very essential that you're out there to help people. And I appreciate the fact that you are sacrificing your own personal time and enjoyment of the holiday to help out others being in law enforcement. So thank you for that. Understand that there are people who do appreciate what people in law enforcement do, despite the fact that there may be a lot of people out there who are very negative about it in the last year and a half. I don't think that everyone's a bad apple, man. I don't. I think that there's a lot of bad people doing messed up things and abusing power, but that's not everyone. And people who are legitimately doing the right things and sacrificing of themselves to keep people safe and keep society, you know, a safe place to live, basically should not be treated like villains. And I hate that people have villainized every single person with generalized beliefs and things over the last year to year and a half. And I respect law enforcement tremendously, and I thank you, Jeff, for what you do, and I hope that you're safe out there in the next couple of days. Thank you very much for that tip. And with that tip, we have hit the first goal of the stream, which is going to glasses. Very nice. Okay. All right, on to the next question. And the next question here is from Savage Today, who says the following. Hey, Phil, with the release of Spartacus, which is going to be PlayStation's version of Game Pass, that will include PlayStation 1 games, is there an old PS1 game you'd like to see returned that never got a remaster? First of all, literally everything you just said is speculation. Nothing that you just said is 100% confirmed. There's a rumor that Sony's working on a Game Pass-like subscription service to compete with Game Pass. There's a rumor that PlayStation 1 games will be available on that service. None of this is 100% announced or anything like that, okay? So, there you have it. Now, if all of these rumors are true, okay, is there any PS1 game I'd like to see returned that never got a remaster? Yeah, there's a ridiculous amount. Seriously, there's a ridiculous amount of PlayStation 1 era games that you have to play them on the original console. For example, Dino Crisis, right? The Suikoden role-playing game series. Dude, there's so many games from that era, PS1 era, because most people don't realize PS1 era was a very long time frame and encompassed quite a lot of different games. And actually, the beginning of PS1 era compared to the end of the PS1 era, the games had advanced dramatically, and you had a wide kind of a number of genres and everything that was encompassed in that era. And a lot of those games were never remade. You have to play the originals, whether it's you have to go buy the disc and play it on a physical PS1, or if you happen to have a PlayStation 3 that has the online enabled, unlike mine, because mine's bricked, you can go to the PlayStation Store and download those PS1 games for a fee and play them emulated on there, although that's certainly not the ideal situation because there's input delay and all kinds of issues. Still, that's how I've played most of my old school games for the last 13 years as a content creator. So, There's tons, and I only mentioned just off the top of my head just a couple there. But there's got to be a lot of games that were never remastered and ported that is from that era, which is why it was hilarious that when the head of Sony was quoted as saying something like, "Oh, who would ever want to play one of those old PlayStation games?" Like, dude, 100% you've proven you are completely out of touch with your customer base. Like, you are of a completely different mindset and mentality than the gamer out there who spends money on your product. Maybe you shouldn't be in charge. I'm just saying, if you're that out of touch, at least get yourself educated to what people want. People want preservation of games. People want the ability to play old games. They like it. It's part of our culture. We grew up playing these games. We want to be able to play them later. Nostalgia factor and everything. Not just, oh, I played it once and it's done forever and I just forget it ever existed. It's ridiculous. Oh, remember that movie from the 1980s? What was it called? Ghostbusters? Ah, who cares? I never need to watch that ever again. I saw it once. What are you talking about? It's the same thing. Okay. I'm sick, you say to me and Kev and Kat, Gust, please. Jade, I'm sorry. If you were saying that you're sick, I hope you feel better. I don't really understand what you're trying to say, but I hope you feel better. But I don't really know what you're saying. I'm very confused. Jose Martinez is in a super chat. It says, happy holidays. Thank you very much, Jose. I appreciate that. Let's get that up on the leaderboard. I'm very confused. Awesome. I didn't answer the question. Well, Phil didn't answer the question. Did I not say I don't have money to do it? I don't have money to do it. 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 You didn't answer the question. No, you weren't listening. Okay. Yak Almighty asked the following. What are the most important lessons you learned as you were getting older and you never realized when you were young? All right. Well, truthfully, I can tell you, I'm sure I could tell you a million things I learned. Seriously. When you're young, wow, he's going crazy. Jasper Kitty's running through the house screaming. When you're young, no one teaches you half the shit you need to know about being an adult. Seriously, you get just thrown into that world. No one teaches you how a credit card works. No one teaches you how a fucking mortgage works. But wait, I went to school. I paid to go to school. In my case, I went to private school. So I had 4 years.
What do I do?
Excuse me, 8 years of elementary school, 4 years of high school, 4 years of college. No one taught me how a fucking loan or a credit card or a mortgage or nothing works. Really. I paid you to educate me, and you taught me about all this bullshit that I'm never going to need to fucking use. Algorithms, and fucking mathematical equations, all this shit about ancient history that no one gives a fuck about because it doesn't apply to modern day. But I needed to know about that and not how to fucking pay my credit cards or what they are, right? Our educational system is pretty messed up. I would say every single person should have some kind of a basic education on how finances work and stuff like that before they get out into the adult world. Sadly, that's not how it works, and that's exactly how these companies prey on you, because they know when you're old enough to start getting that stuff, you don't know shit, and then you overspend, okay? So number one, learning about how all that stuff works again and again, because, man, one day you think you know how it works, and then next thing you know, oh, I can't even pay my fucking bills right now, right? I think everyone needs that, seriously. For me, the thing that I have learned the most as I gotten older, okay, and this is something that I say all the time. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. And it applies to many different situations of life. Okay, guys? The world is not black and white. There is no overwhelming good and evil. There is no, I'm 100% in the right, and you are 100% in the wrong. That does not exist and never will. If it works, life would be so simple, right? If everything was just, oh, people are doing the right thing and the wrong thing, life would be incredibly simple. What I've learned to do as I've grown older is to try to see things from another perspective that isn't necessarily my direct perspective, but I want to understand it. I want to know why someone thinks something that doesn't immediately make maybe logical sense to me. Why would they think that way? Why would they feel that way? Because a lot of the times in life, it's not about logic. It's about emotion. What's causing that emotion that makes people behave in a certain way? I used to be absolutely terrible at that. I was a jerk. I was a stubborn asshole. I thought it was my way or the highway. No one had any right to say anything other than what I thought was right. And if you disagreed with me, you were wrong and I was right. That is the worst possible attitude you can go through life with. And for me, that is applied to like everything. That's applied to just common everyday life, interacting with people that I meet on the street, interacting with people that I meet at a job or in school.
It's none of anyone's business.
To the way that I see my worldview politically. That's applied to the way that I approach religion. You know, I was raised as a Roman Catholic, all right? In Roman Catholicism, you're taught certain tenets, certain beliefs. You're also told that your way of belief is correct, everyone else's is wrong. Seriously. You are the lucky guy and lucky people who are taught the correct stuff. Everyone else has it wrong, okay? And the thing is, a lot of stuff in life is like that. You're told as you're growing up, oh, this is the right way to think. This is the wrong way to think. But at some point, you have to start thinking for yourself and try to make judgments for yourself and look out there at things and make your own kind of way to look at the world. And, you know, for me, in the last 10 to 15 years, especially since I became a content creator on the internet and I started talking with you guys, really, it was you guys and your responses to the things that I said, your shared views on things, your opinions, sharing your opinions with me, having this open forum that we have as a way of going back and forth talking about video games, but then in a lot of ways other things in life as well. I mean, we've been through a lot of shit in the last 13 years that's happened in the world, right? Through our discussions and interactions, I have learned to see things from another person's perspective. And not to say that I have to agree with that perspective, but I can at least understand why it exists. Because when you start looking at it that way, you realize it's not black and white, and it's not, these are the good people and these are the villains. That's not what life is. There's no, oh my God, these people are outright amazingly good, and these people are the vile, villain, evil, you know, no ne'er-do-wells. That's not how it really works. Everyone does something for a motivation or a reason because they think that it's the best thing for them or their families or their own livelihood or whatever it may be. Okay, and by the way, I'm not saying there's not evil people out there. There absolutely are evil people on the planet.
What do I do?
But usually it's not as simple or as simplistic as people would make life out to be. And that's one of the things that I've learned over time, that you need to really look at things from other perspectives, because if you don't, number one, living narrow-minded is not a way to live. It's not. Being a narrow-minded idiot is not a way to live at all. It makes you miss out on so much in life to have a narrow-minded perspective and not want to experience what other people are saying or doing or feeling. Let me give you some perspective here, and this is going to be a very generalized and very narrow way to think. Okay. Imagine it this way. Okay. You are someone who grew up in the United States, right? And maybe you didn't get exposed to a lot of different kinds of food, cuisine. So, growing up, you basically ate cheeseburgers, pizza, French fries, and spaghetti. Those are your 4 staple foods that you ate your whole life. Now, every once in a while, you have something different. You have some chicken, or, you know, I don't know, a beef roast, some pork chops. But mostly, you've only eaten those 4 things, okay? That's all you know. That's your worldview of food. Cheeseburgers, spaghetti, pizza, French fries. That's it. That's mostly what you eat. If you're going to eat or go out, this is what you make, this is what you eat. Okay? Now, despite the fact that that's incredibly unhealthy, and you probably have high cholesterol, high fat, and be, you know, heart disease, it's also such a limited way to look at cuisine as a whole. There are so many different kinds of cuisine out there, and if you don't try them, you'll never know what's good or that there's anything better than the 4 things that you eat all the time. You see? And there's people like that. People who are like, I grew up with these 4 things. It's the only 4 things I like or care about. That's all I'm ever going to like or do. I don't want to expose myself to anything outside of those 4 things. So those 4 things are enough for me. I've gotten this far. That's fine. You see? Terrible way to go through life. And then, by the way, this is very generalized. But as I've gotten older, I started trying out different cuisines. I started trying out different foods from all around the world. And I swear to you, 9 times out of 10, when I try something new, I'm blown away by how good it is and how I never knew it existed or thought that it was bad, and it wasn't. You know? So many things over the years. And it's just a different way to look at life, to say, you know what, rather than be someone who only does the same thing, only thinks the same way, I'm going to open my horizons, open my mind to other ways of thought, other things that people do, why they could be popular, why people think that that's better than something else or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And again, you don't have to completely change your train of thought. If you like cheeseburgers, french fries, pizza, and spaghetti, that's perfectly fine. You could still have those as your favorites. But if you try something else, you might find that something else is pretty good too, and it's worth it to at least try it so you have that frame of reference or perspective. I couldn't tell you how many times I knew nothing about a certain game franchise at all. Zero. And then when you guys told me you got to play it, and I would play the game, I was like, wow, now this isn't my cup of tea, but now that I've played it, now I have that frame of reference to understand when you guys are making reference to this later on. I know what you're talking about, the kind of game or what happens in the game, etc., right? It's all about exposure and getting experience under your belt. And the thing is, the older you get and the more exposure you get to more things, the wiser you get, you know, instead of having that very narrow worldview of things. So that's my best advice that I can give you, is that as I'm getting older, I realized don't have a narrow worldview. You have to try to look from other people's perspectives, understand why they think the way they do, put yourself in someone else's shoes and try to see what's going on in their life that they would think differently from you. And you could have your horizons broadened, your mind blown, and you could really understand things from a bigger, higher understanding of how stuff works in this existence, rather than just saying, this is just what I learned, I know, and I'm just tunnel vision. Tunnel vision is a terrible way to go through life, let me tell you guys. Okay?
Blah 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 blah.
Kevin Bernstein did a super chat and said, what's your favorite thing about your fans? Man. The favorite thing about my fans is probably how willing they are to not only interact but share. And I need that money. I really do. I need that money to become better.
My bills.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not just about sitting here and being a jerk and crapping on me, but actually saying, Phil, you can be better this way or that way, or this is something you should do because we feel this will open your horizons for gaming, or this or that. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just about people who are here just to laugh, but people are actually here to contribute and help. I really like that about my fans. Chum Baguette did a super chat. Says, Merry Christmas, DSP. Have you ever gone eye strain during your time as a streamer? Chum Baguette, that question is in here. That's one of the questions you asked, and I'm going to answer it. Actually, it's here somewhere. You've gotten ahead of me. Here it is. Have you ever suffered eye strain? All right, you're going to have to wait. I'm going to answer your question. It's already here. Thank you for that super chat. And then Kevin did another super chat, and he said, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Phil, and chat. Thank you, Kevin. All right. Let's get Kevin on there, and then let's continue. What time is it? Oh, we still got plenty of time before I have to go on any kind of a break. So, excellent. Let's keep going. Next question is from With Dre Day. And With Dre Day asked the following. If the channel was thrusted into YouTube popularity today, would you stream as much as possible, the same as now, or would you only stream when you felt like it? Well, the thing is, like, I always say to you guys, I'll be honest, because I want you to understand that, like, this is not me trying to spin it in a way that makes me sound better or worse than I am. But I'm being honest, like, I'm kind of worked thin right now. With the amount that I stream, you know, every day I have a first gameplay stream, which is, you know, a podcast, 3+ hours of gameplay with a break in between, then a little break to have dinner and do stuff around the house, and I'm right back on there with another 2-hour gameplay stream, and then I'm uploading afterward. And as I've told you guys, right now, I don't feel like I have enough time with my wife and my family. I just don't feel like I have enough time to spend with them, you know? When I'm only have 1 day a week off, and that entire day ends up being running around doing errands instead of spending meaningful time, that's not good. This week right now, holiday week, is a special week for me every year. You want to know why? Because I already had Wednesday off to do all the busy work shit. Tonight, I'm not streaming, and I get to spend time with my wife. We're going to have a nice meal together, and then we're going to relax, watch Christmas stuff. Tomorrow, we have the entire day of Christmas together to cook and have fun and relax and do stuff together, and none of it is busy work shit for my day off. Now, by the way, I suffer for that. I'm not here tonight. That's a stream I don't make any money. I'm not here tomorrow. That's an entire day of streams I don't make any money. You see? So, even though I'm taking the time off for the holiday, which I think I deserve, I end up shooting myself in the foot over it. That is the double-edged sword of being a streamer and a content creator. The moment you don't work is the moment you don't make money, and now you're behind, you know? Just being honest. That's how it is. So as much as I would like to take more time off, I just can't. Maybe one day I will. If I can build this channel up to a certain level, like I was on Twitch, maybe I could take some more time off. But anyway, getting back to the question. If this channel blew up in popularity out of nowhere and all of a sudden I was super popular on YouTube, would I stream more or less? What would I do? I would definitely stream as much as I'm doing now, but I can't stream anymore. There's just no way. What I would probably do is try to maintain what I'm doing. You know, long term, maybe what I could do is instead of doing what I do now, which is literally 6 days a week full-time streaming, I could take time to do other things that are still productive for the channel. If you remember back in the day, I used to go to conventions, right? I used to do all kinds of different things back in the day that I could vlog and do stuff. And by the way, no, I'm not saying that I want to make my personal life 100% transparent and shared with you on every waking moment. I think that would be a bad idea. Experience has shown me when you share everything with everyone, sadly, there are people out there who are really messed up and want to hurt you, and they will use personal stuff to hurt you whatever they can. I know that sounds crazy, or, oh my God, Phil's just paranoid. Well, sorry, I've gone through it. I've had the evidence to show that it's very truthful that people are out to get me. So that being said, maybe more variety in what I do rather than it just being full-time gaming 6 days a week. I could branch out and do other stuff again like I used to 10 years ago when I was so popular on YouTube. I was making so much money on ad revenue alone that there were entire days that I could take off to do whatever I wanted. And as long as I was uploading something, it didn't even matter what. It usually was popular and ended up being, you know, basically profitable. You know what I'm saying? Like, back in the day, I could play any game and people would like the playthrough. Back in the day, I could do a vlog of me going to a convention, driving in a car, eating a meal. That's how DSP Tries It started. And it would be very popular on YouTube. People would watch it, whatever I put out. I would take a video of me taking a shit and people would watch the video. Now, that never happened. Actually, I take that back. There was one time I was pretending to take a shit on a toilet. I do remember that. But you see the point I'm making. There was a time that no matter what I did, people liked it and would watch it. That's what happens when you get YouTube popularity. Literally, you're popular for the sake of being popular. It's not even the quality of what you put out, just you're popular. Now everyone wants to check out what you're doing. On the flip side of that, once the negative bug bites you and everyone memes you into being something bad, it's the opposite. Now, no matter what you put out, no matter how good it is, people think you suck. And that's the situation I was in for a very long time. I'm happy to say that I'm out of that situation, that there are people who like what I do and are here for positive reasons, and that's why I'm still here to this day, okay? Not saying that the common masses don't think that I suck because they're stupid. I mean, yeah, they do because they're uninformed, and it's sad that they'd rather live a life of ignorance than actually checking out the truth about a content creator. They just like crap on them because it's virally popular. But I'm having a good time with what I'm doing, and if I were to become more popular, at the very least, what I would maybe like to do is branch out and do a little bit of other variety stuff because people might check it out and like it, as opposed to me just doing gameplay. Right now, anything I do outside of live streaming of gameplay or something like this, sadly, takes away from what I need to do to make a living. You know what I'm saying? So I can't really take chances. If I were to, one day a week I've decided I'm going to do a completely different kind of content. Well, guess what? If it ain't popular, it makes no money, I'm screwed. Can't do it. I'm kind of stuck with what I'm doing right now. Well, long term, I might be able to do other stuff, but we'll see. Okay. All right, let's continue. Kiernan asked the following question. These are all members, by the way. These are all channel members. So if you, oh wow, this is cool. Phil's answering all these questions. These are all channel member questions that I'm answering because people joined as channel members and I thought that the questions were interesting. This is a great opportunity. If you haven't been a member, you know, this is one of the major benefits of doing it. Okay. Okay. I saw some super chats came in. I'll shout those out in a moment. But let's continue with another question here. Kiernan says, one time I asked on stream if you would play the Surge series. You said no because of who the developer was. Could you expand as to why? Because I got the impression it was something to do with the dev team and maybe something they did in the past. Or maybe you just don't like their games. I know it sounds like a troll question. No, it doesn't. Actually, it doesn't at all. Thank you for your time and keep up the good work. The makers of the Surge previously made a game that, in my opinion, is one of the actual worst games I ever played on in my content over the years. One of the worst games I ever played. It was actually one of the first games to try to copy the FromSoft formula. A gruelingly difficult game with action but RPG elements, enemies that were incredibly challenging, even little guys could kill you with 1 to 2 hits. Graphically, the game actually looked really nice, but when the game came out, it was garbage. It was literally full of bugs, full of gameplay programming errors, and I couldn't believe how bad this game was. It's called Lords of the Fallen, okay? When it came out for PS4, it was a broken, buggy mess. It was so bad that I made a montage video documenting how bad it was. I mean, an enemy attacking you, you attack it, get it down to like a tiny bit of health. It turns around and runs away. You chase it into the next room. It disappears, reappears, and has full health. Standing in front of you. You know? Enemies literally just disappearing from the game entirely while you're fighting them. What? Trying to make jumps and you just clip or fall, even though it's instant death. You know, if you're going to make an instant death game, you have to make it polished because people need to survive. The game's not, it was terrible. It was one of the worst games I played at launch. I couldn't believe they were selling this thing as a full price game when it came out. I bought it and was so disappointed. I ripped it a new asshole, and after about 2 sessions, I stopped playing it entirely. I just couldn't play it anymore. Now, for what I don't understand, okay, over time, over time, those developers kept fixing and patching the game, and it took a long time. But eventually, they made it playable. They fixed most of the issues and made it a playable game. So you're talking like, 6 to 8 months, a year after it's out. Now it's a good game, right? Well, I don't care. I bought it at launch, and it was shit. You know what I'm saying? So I think what happened is over time, people bought the game and liked it because it worked later on, and then actually it sold a bit. So those developers went on to make other games like The Surge and other stuff. But for me, it's like, dude, I played your game and you ripped me off. I don't want to come back to it a year later when you finally fixed it. It should have been fixed. It should have been working on release. It shouldn't have been this ridiculously laughable, buggy mess as exposed by my montage video that I made about it. So after that, I just didn't care about any games that company ever put out anymore. Really, like once you get screwed over once, why would you keep going back to get screwed over? It's not like there's a shortage of games that you can play that are like FromSoft games. You know what I'm saying? Like there's quite a lot
gay boy
of games,
and that we're gonna make love to each other tonight.
That you could experience and enjoy that aren't like that. You know? So why would you suffer? Why would you put yourself through the suffering of that? It doesn't even make any sense why you would do that. You know what I'm saying? Like why? So that's why I don't bother with any games that they put out. And it's funny because over the years there's been so many different FromSoft clone games now that I don't even care about them anyway, regardless. Like when every game is trying to copy a From Software game, I tend to not care about them anymore. I'll just wait for the From Software game. Like, I guarantee you, Elden Ring in February will be three times as good as any FromSoft knockoff that we've had since the release of Sekiro. And there's been quite a lot, right? All these games people tell me to play. Why didn't you play this one? Why didn't you play that one? Well, I'll just wait for the good one. You know? Okay. Some shout-outs. We got Make Mario Bros mod. No. Kevin Bernstein did another super chat. Says, would you please consider reality streaming? No. And Justin R did a super chat. He says, honestly, I heard about you from a meme video a few months ago. I actually enjoy your content, and the stolen bread I picked up was great. Oh, you did get it? He said, I remember yesterday, Justin, you said you were going to get it for store pickup from World Market, and you got it. It's good, huh? Dude, I told you, it was fucking so good. It blew me away how good it was on DSP Tries It yesterday. I'm very happy to hear that you watch me try it, and you're now yourself you're enjoying it. That's cool, man. Awesome.
From
all right. Thank you very much for the super chat. Nice of you. Okay. Continuing on. Low Carb Madman asks the following. Do you think that GTA overall as a franchise is taking a turn for the worse, being mostly online as opposed to the traditional story-based and single-player formula that the series is known for? All right. This is actually an interesting question. I want to give you a good answer. I don't think I actually have to take too long to answer it, though, because I think it's pretty straightforward, okay? Grand Theft Auto, up until the release of GTA 5, was a single-player franchise. Was there online capabilities for GTA 4 and the like? Yes. Was that kind of a part of the experience? Yeah, you remember even Red Dead Redemption 1, GTA 4 had online play. Yes, there were people who actually, liked that a lot, but the focus of the series was a single-player narrative-based. GTA Online released, it worked for like 2 months. Even trying it at launch, it was trying to work with terrible, bare bones, garbage. But stuff recently, after it worked around 6 months, everything was really cool interactive system. But GTA Online is not GTA when it comes to games at all. GTA Online is its own entity over here, and the narrative-based single-player GTA games are over here. They are not the same. Do they use the same assets? Yes. Do they use some of the same ideas? Yes. They're definitely not the same game. They're completely separate entities. They were even marketed as such and promoted as such. What was happening in GTA Online had nothing to do with what was happening with GTA 5 and vice versa. Now, what ended up happening was GTA 5 was a ginormous selling, right? Huge selling. But what happened? Well, after you sell an initial version of a narrative-based game, you have 2 choices. You can either try to develop DLC expansions for it and make more money off of that same formula, or you could try to do something different. So they said, we want to focus on GTA Online, and what happened is that new offering, that new product, that social aspect, getting out with your friends, dropping a bunch of microtransactions, so you got fly clothes, you got a cool ride, and you got all the stuff you need to place together. It became a viral sensation. People loved it, and it grew up in popularity to the point where GTA Online, as its own game, sorry about that, I punched my microphone. As its own game, GTA Online became just as mainstream successful as the single-player, narrative-based GTA experiences themselves. Okay? So what did Rockstar do? They said, oh shit, we got a money printing machine over here. So we can either put more time and effort over here to make an expansion for this, which some people will definitely buy, or we can just focus on our money printing machine over here. Look, it's even glowing. Look at the money printing machine here. It's like a giant fireball I'm holding in my hands on stream. Look at that. That's GTA Online. It's like nuclear white hot money-making capabilities with microtransactions. So that's what Rockstar focused on. Okay? And the more that Rockstar focused on that, the more people jumped on it. You see? So I compare this very similarly to what happened with Valve. At one point, Valve was a very popular game developer, publisher, whatever you want to call them. They made great games, right? Whether it was the Half-Life series, Portal, Team Fortress. These were amazing games, incredible amount of fan base. People loved them. But then Valve made Steam and realized, hey, we don't actually have to do any work. We could just make money. Here it is. Here's Steam. Look, it's a nuclear ball on the corner of my street. Look, it's Steam. Oh my God, I'm squeezing the money. Money's shooting out of it. Wow. And I don't have to make a game? I could just squeeze this ball over here and make a game? Oh, cool. Excuse me, and make money and not make a game. And that's kind of the same thing that happened is here's a company that's known for making amazing AAA games, but they found another way to make money that's easier, so they just jumped on that bandwagon. Okay? Now, here's the thing. There's nothing wrong, in my opinion. By the way, this is my opinion. This is not fact. This is my opinion. There is nothing wrong when you are seeing that something that you're doing is working and is popular. There is nothing wrong with going for the easy way to make some profit, to keep your business afloat, or maybe even... I don't want any drama in the stream chat. It's fine. But this is the really important thing that these companies did not do. Okay? Rockstar, Valve, they did not remember the people who made them popular to begin with and made it possible to have them find that way to make that money. You understand what I'm saying? Rockstar got to the point they were at through the support of millions of fans around the world who loved and purchased over and over their single-player narrative-based experience games. Okay? The moment that Rockstar realized GTA Online could be more popular than their old formula, they abandoned it. Right? In the last decade, how many narrative-based games did Rockstar release? Can you answer that? because I can answer it. 1. Red Dead Redemption 2. That's it. Now look at Rockstar's history, historically. How many games in the 2000s did they release in a 10-year period that were narrative-based? A ton. There were like 3-4 GTAs would come out within a 10-year period, plus other games like Bully and stuff. What it was, they realized all the money can come out of GTA Online, and by the way, it's way easier to develop for GTA Online because they're not, all they're doing is tweaking it and adding little microtransaction features, little missions here or there. Way easier to develop for that than a giant narrative-based game with a new engine and everything. Suck shit. We don't want to hear you talk ever again. Just shut your face. In fact, you would actually zip your lips permanently. Put a zipper on your lips and go zip, and never talk again. It would be better off. Your content would actually be better off if you would just shut the hell up. We're going to focus solely on that. You're abandoning everyone who made you popular to begin with. All right?
If I get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it.
It really is. It's just a messed up mentality that because now we found something that makes more money, we're going to abandon the people who got us popular to begin with.
Okay?
Right? How fucked up is that?
Fair enough.
You know? By the way, this happens with a lot of people, not just these game companies, content creators, right? They start off as one kind of person, one kind of content creator, then all of a sudden they go virally popular for something, and that's who they become. And they abandon all the people who were fans of theirs up until that point. They just don't care. I don't care. I'm popular now. I'm making money, so why do I care about the old school fans, right? It's the same deal. It's a really bad mentality to have, and basically it shows that you are completely ungrateful for any success that you had before you were white hot popular, and you don't care about those people at all. You know, it's a pretty messed up mentality to have. The best way that they could have done this is saying, okay, we're going to focus on GTA Online, but by the way,
too bad.
We respect the fans who made us popular, the ones who got us to this point where we could do this. So we are going to split our efforts. We are going to continue to develop offline single-player content, new games, DLCs, and we're going to do GTA Online as well. We can have two completely separate businesses that are different because they're not the same kind of game. They're just not. The ultimate slap in the face from Rockstar literally just happened a week ago. Are you guys aware of what happened with Rockstar? They released an expansion for GTA Online, not for GTA 5, for GTA Online. This expansion is actually a direct story expansion to the plot line of GTA 5, the offline narrative-based story game. Okay? It features Franklin, one of the main 3 characters of the game, and it shows what happened to him as he got older, what he got involved in, his business ventures and all that stuff. It involves Dr. Dre, a huge celebrity, a music maker. They actually got him to be part of the game, right? Pretty damn good. Sounds great. The only problem is, if all you did was play GTA 5 and you didn't play GTA Online, you can't even play it. You need to have GTA Online and an established account. You need to have $2 million in-game dollars to even start the DLC. What the fuck? All right, so let me get the... Okay, so let me see. I'm trying to find the best way that I can equate this. All right?
Take that as you will.
I don't even think that there's a good comparison. It would just be like being known for one genre, changing your company to be popular in a different genre, and then, I'm going to continue the story of the stuff from the other genre in this new genre, and screw everyone else who wants to experience the content. You know? Like, I'll be honest with you. I would love to play a GTA 5 expansion that tells me what happened to Franklin. I can't. I would have to get a GTA Online account. I would have to build it up to have 2 million in-game bucks to even get the expansion and try to play it. And by the way, again, if you're not an active player of GTA Online, apparently it's a waste of time. This is something that's content for GTA Online. Okay? So how is this making any sense? Right? There you go. Dark Maggot says, you also have to think about who owns Rockstar, Take-Two. They're the money people. Look at how it Takes-Two lawsuit. Just bad people at the top of most of the game industry now. Yeah, and the sad part is now finally it's getting exposed. That the people who are in charge of the games industry basically are kind of scumbaggish, and they never really cared about nothing. They all they wanted to do was make money. Whether it meant abusing their employees with crunch, whether it meant abusing their employees with low pay, or actually abusing their employees physically and sexually and all this stuff. It's all being exposed now that the games industry is not some nice place to work. It's actually pretty awful and horrible. And the people who are in charge of these companies are scumbags. But the point I'm making here is the right thing to do for Rockstar or Valve or any of these companies. Blah 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 blah. But don't abandon the people who got you there along the way. How fucked up is that, right? Oh, I don't care about you. I will never do anything for you guys ever again. I don't even care if you're the ones who put money in my pocket. And that's it, because you're just going to waste our time again. To begin with, all I care about is GTA Online because it prints money for me. It just shows that they just don't care. They don't. They don't care about their customer base. All they care about is the money. Otherwise, they would have acted differently, and that's how they're acting. So that's the management of the company.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money.
Your decision if you want to support a company like that, right? Well, DC has an Ask the King haiku. Here we go. He says, Ask the King is great. This is my first time doing a haiku of this. Thank you for the festive Ask the King haiku there, DC. Okay, I've been talking for an hour. I think what we should do is take a break. It won't be a long break. It'll be like 5-10 minutes tops. If you're watching live on stream, there'll be a little bit of music playing. All right? If you're watching on demand on YouTube, this video will end. There will be another video where I will continue to answer questions on this holiday edition of Ask the King. Thank you to everyone who has supported this stream so far and this video. I appreciate it. I'll be back shortly with more, guys. Thank you so much. I'll see you after the break. What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the holiday edition of Ask the King. It is Christmas Eve 2021. I'm Darkside Phil. I welcome you to part 2 of Ask the King. Is here because part 1 already went down. If you're watching this on demand on YouTube, go find it. It's there. It's live on the King of Hate vlogs already. Lots of good questions that were answered so far. And during the break, some very generous contributions came in. We hit the 2nd tier tips goal, which means the Let's Get Lit hat goes on for the final time, because after today, no more hats and no more Christmas sweaters. Today is the last time to do that. When I come back on Sunday, Christmas will be over. It will not be appropriate to be wearing that stuff any further, you see? So thank you for your contributions and your support so far today, everyone. Thank you. Now, without further ado, let's jump right back in, because we have many more questions to answer on this holiday edition of Ask the King. How does that sound? All right. Let's do this, my friends. All right. And by the way, I do see that some people are leaving. I knew some of you would during today's live stream. I said, I know people will be busy with holiday stuff. For all of you who are taking off, have a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to all of you. I hope that you're safe and have a good time. I hope that I'll see you after Christmas. All right? Okay. Continuing on. Zane asked the following question. We're still in member questions. I'm not kidding. We're an hour into Ask the King. We're still in member questions. If you're not seeing how big of a benefit it is to become a channel member and at what priority you get to get your question answered, I don't know what else to say. Okay? Now, Zane asked the following. You made some massive changes to your channel this year on YouTube. YouTube is planning to change up their YouTube gaming for the next year with massive changes like gifted memberships and more discoverability. With that in mind, how do you plan on building your channel and audience up for the following year? It's a good question. It's a valid question. The only problem is I can't really answer the question yet until we actually see concretely what YouTube actually does. And the reason I say that is YouTube has a tendency to promise something, and then when they go to deliver it, they either take forever to the point of by the time that it's actually delivered, it doesn't really matter anymore, or when they deliver it, it's not functional, or when they deliver it, it's half of what they had actually said it was going to be. You see what I'm saying? Like, I would love to tell you right now, with gifted memberships, with new discoverability, here's my plan. I have to ask. And then it all turns out it's nothing like they promised. You see? So I don't want to do that. I don't want to get all of our hopes up that things are going to improve dramatically in one way or another way, and then it doesn't happen, all right? Here's what I can tell you. First of all, I know for a fact that I have some generous viewers who like to gift memberships. Or, in the case of the previous site I used to use, gift subscriptions. Every year around this time, there was 2 or 3 people in particular, and it wasn't, even though there's one person that everyone always brings up, right? There were other people as well around the holidays time. They say, man, I'm feeling festive. I'm feeling nice and fun. I actually want to help with Phil's streams. I want to help the whole community as a whole. Yes, this helps Phil, but I like the idea that I'm helping the whole community as a whole. So what I would like to do is actually gift a bunch of subscriptions that helps everyone. So, you know, they would drop a 20, 30 sub bomb on the stream chat. All these people now would have subscriptions. It would help me out. In the long term, some people would actually like the subscription so much, they would want to keep it. And they would end up extending their level of their subscription, or even upping the level of their subscription long term, because they liked it so much for that little trial that they had. So it's funny because some people say, oh, when memberships or subscriptions are gifted, that's not true support. That's not long-term growth. Wrong. In a lot of cases, it does actually translate into long-term growth and support. If people end up liking it during that trial, then they keep getting it themselves. You see, it does end up actually benefiting in the long term. Remember, when I started on Twitch back in 2017, I had about as many as I got right now when it comes to subscriptions, right? And what happened? Slow growth over the years, people gifting, and every time that there was a holiday that came up and they had September or a holiday Christmas event on Twitch, everyone would get gifted subs and some people would keep them. And it almost, now I got 400, 500 consistent. Wow. Now I have 600 consistent. Now I have 700 consistent. And it just kept going like that. We're at a consistent level of people who would sub and resub. And then on top of that, more gifted stuff. You see? So what I feel will happen is, and by the way, Justin, thank you. I know, Justin, you just did another tip. I saw it. I will shout it out when I finish answering this question, and we'll get to the next tier of
What the hell are you talking about?
This is ridiculous. Now the sun's coming out again outside. Hold on a second. This is preposterous. Take that as you will.
I see the camera. My camera
An idiot. Doesn't know what to do with the exposure because outside it's raining, then it's sunny, then it's raining, then it's sunny again. So the camera can't adjust the color properly. You saw my hair was pink, then pinkish, and then white again and pink. So I closed the blinds. Now we won't have that anymore. Jeez. Okay. Now, the point I'm getting to is thus. If YouTube does what they've promised they're going to do in 2022, and let's say within the first 2 months of the year, there's now gifted memberships. I guarantee you that in February,
I need that money. I really do. I need that money.
New releases coming out in a short period of time. There will be people who will come and gift memberships to the channel because they're like, wow, I love this place. I love hanging out with Phil and the community. I want to help out. Let's do this. And they'll drop those membership bombs and people will appreciate it and love it. And there may be some people who long-term like that and will now extend their memberships. And it will help the channel with growth. It absolutely will. But will it actually work the same way it worked over on Twitch? Are there going to be different criteria? Is it, you know what I'm saying? We don't know. Will a gifted membership be the same cost as a regular membership? Will a gifted membership work differently? We don't know. Until we have the date it's happening, the details of what's happening, it's impossible to try to plan around stuff like that. It really is. Like, how can you plan around it when you don't know how it's going to be implemented properly? They also say, oh, there's going to be new discoverability on YouTube for streamers. That's great. You said that also years ago. You launched YouTube Gaming. It was a complete separate site from YouTube itself. And you claimed it was going to be the go-to destination for gaming on the internet, right? They did. They said, oh, you're going to be able to go there to see gaming videos, gaming streams. Forget Twitch. Go to YouTube Gaming. That's the place. And then what happened? Within a few months, they stopped mentioning it. They stopped promoting it. They didn't constantly update it ever. It just kind of was, and it fizzled out. You know, remember, I tried doing streaming on YouTube for a while, and people were like, oh, you're going to benefit from YouTube Gaming. No, it didn't help at all because it never had the discoverability or the features that Twitch had, so it failed. And YouTube gave up. Instead of YouTube saying, okay, we announced something, now we support it, they have a tendency to announce something, support it for 2 months, and then drop it all together. Right now, YouTube's focus is YouTube Shorts. They're trying to be like TikTok. Maybe next year, for 2-3 months, they'll actually care about streaming, but then when are they going to drop that and go on to the next thing? This is the problem. They don't focus enough on something for it to finally have an end
no,
game
you didn't, you
motherfucking
piece of shit
it's nice to have a
cocksucker.
tweak here and a tweak there, but unless you actually
Mark my
full-time focus
fucking
on
words.
something to try to make it better, it's never going to succeed.
Coming for you.
YouTube
I'm gonna
absolutely,
find out who the fuck you
positively,
are.
100%,
motherfucker,
this year
are fucked.
Could have overtaken
Let this be
Twitch
noticed
as
live
the
on the
main
internet.
streaming site on
You're
the internet.
fucked.
They have the
And you
capacity.
are done.
They have the tools. They have the bandwidth. They have the exposure. They could have taken advantage of all the things that was happening negative over on Twitch. And they could have become the premier streaming site. They were recruiting top Twitch streamers. They were basically trying to get people to understand that here it's not like Twitch. Well, what did they do then? They dropped the ball. We got all these streamers to come over and did no improvements to the streaming. Great. So what was the point? And the answer is there was none. I don't understand.
It's
just don't
Kevin's
understand
fault.
the business decisions that the management of YouTube make. Why would you pay all this money to pull top Twitch streamers off of Twitch and stream exclusively on YouTube, then add nothing to make YouTube
I don't have money to do it. 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 I don't have money to do
Seriously.
it.
They're like, man, on Twitch, there's toxicity, there's hatred, there's all kinds of bigotry and nonsense on there. The site promoted girls taking off their clothes and doing sexual acts for a public
Thanks,
audience
Derek.
as
I
some
appreciate
kind
that.
of thing that's good, which is not. It's vile. There were children watching it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they did all these terrible things this year. There's people who don't want to be there anymore. But they're deathly afraid that if they leave Twitch and come to YouTube, they will fall into a black hole of oblivion and never be able to be seen again because no one will be able to find their content. And they're right. Because YouTube's algorithm is so bad that unless you're making drama content, seriously, you cannot be found. You can't. If you're the content creator, you can't be found. Someone making a video about you in a negative way can be found, but not the original content. You know? So, yeah, until they change all that, right? I don't see how any kind of tweaks, any kind of improvements.
They said, Phil,
you
know, we contribute to you, but it always seems like it's a black hole.
Oh, we're going to
because it always seems like no matter how much you
How?
contribute,
You
you're
said
always
that years
still
ago.
having
You created
problems. You're
YouTube
always
Gaming,
still in
and then
debt,
after
and
3
nothing's
months, you
getting
dropped
better.
it. So
I
everyone
agree with
who
you.
wanted to stream on your site basically got screwed, right? Yeah. They're like, well, I'm here. At least my following watches.
So if you're going to
me,
be an
but I can't get
asshole,
anyone else to
you're
find
going
my
to be treated like
content.
an asshole.
And
You're
they've
going to be
done
shown the
nothing
door.
in all these years to fix that. It's the same thing. So until
Alive
they fix
and
it,
well in
I don't know
Israel.
how they're going to do anything. So that's what I mean. Like, would I like to do big plans for 2022? Oh man, when gifted memberships launch, we'll do this. When discoverability improves, we're going to do these things to try to get more discovered by a common group of people on YouTube. We don't know any of this. We don't know how it's going to work. We don't know when it's happening. We can't even trust YouTube to do it right. They've let me down so many times over the years. I can't trust them to do anything right. I'll be honest. I just can't. If they need to actually start building confidence in creators, that creators would want to come here and have their communities be a part of YouTube. And they just have not instilled that confidence in anyone as of now. Okay? There's potential. There's monstrous potential. And the potential keeps getting wasted and squandered when YouTube doesn't follow through. So let's see let me put it this way. I'm going to approach 2022 with an air of positivity. I would love DSP gaming to explode. I would love DSP gaming to improve and become bigger than it is and actually have more people checking it out than ever before, because I think this channel has that potential. But we have to somehow shake this air of negativity off the channel because YouTube promotes the toxic content over my content. How do I fix that? I don't know, because I don't run YouTube or the algorithm. So I can't fix that. I'm putting out positive content. People are telling me, you're not toxic like you used to be. You're fun to watch. It's personable to watch your streams and have interaction.
What do I do?
You're not like what everyone says about you. That's great, but how do I get people to know that when YouTube only promotes the content of the people who are saying that about me? I don't know.
What?
I don't have that answer. Maybe we'll find out in 2022, right? So Justin did another $41 tip and says, I won't be out tipped by the 1 Minute Man. So let's get Justin up there now. He has now beaten 1 Minute Man with a $41 tip. That jumps us all the way up to $171 in tips, which means, ladies and gentlemen, yes, you get to now vote on the final festive Christmas sweater of 2021. This is the last time you will see a festive Christmas sweater on my streams. Let's do a poll.
All I see you do is
which final sweater is the most
little picky
festive? Is it the Merry as F sweater? Is it the dragon sweater? Or is it the kitties? You choose. Junko is Love says, ooh, it's a tip fight. Are you going to take that 1 Minute Man? 1 Minute Man doesn't, I don't think he's going to play that game. And just being honest, like I've told you guys, 1 Minute Man is someone who likes to support kind of behind the scenes, doesn't interact with anyone on the stream or anything. And when I'm in a stream where I haven't hit a tips goal or whatever, they usually contribute in a big way, which is very appreciated. But I've never seen 1 Minute Man actually snap back at someone and be like, oh no, I want to be top tip or anything like that. I don't think that's happening. Okay. People are voting right now on the sweater. Thank you so much, Justin, for all the tips and pushing us over this goal. Thank you very much. Now, guys, just so you know, anything above and beyond that tips goal would help. The fact that I'm not doing a second stream tonight, I'm not streaming.
If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it.
Goal is fine. You know, it would help. But the fact that I'm not streaming for the next day and a half, and it's much appreciated. Thank you, guys. Okay, let's continue. Nathan, Mr. Nathan Smith, the regular and a big supporter of this channel, asked the following: if you could choose one game series to come back, what would it be? I thought about this, and I was thinking about all the game series that I've played in the last 10 to 13 years that I've been a content creator. All right, and thinking about that, I was like, man, you know, I really wonder what game franchise. And I was starting to think, oh, what about BioShock? And then actually, if you guys didn't hear, BioShock's coming back. They're making a new one now. Like, okay, so that's not Mass Effect. Oh, Mass Effect's coming back. They're making, oh, okay. But the one that I feel was like abandoned, that I don't understand, because I think that the series was great and only really had one small misstep, was Infamous. Infamous 1 and 2 were giant, very successful games. Hugely successful. Okay? Infamous Second Son, not as much. Still, people talk about it to this day and say they like
PayPal is a network of interconnected banking institutions that use
the thing that gets me
magnetic
is that they
stripe
dropped it entirely,
digitally online to transfer
and then they did the
funds from one entity to another in a legal and monitored capacity.
They never
it is
tried
reported to the IRS
that they did that, because I really feel that that franchise had potential, especially, you know, it's been so many years since Second Son. It would be perfect to, like, reboot it or whatever, right? Holy crap, another tip has come in. Ladies and gentlemen, Santa Claus himself just tipped me $42.
Band,
ho, 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 my friends. Santa wishes you all a Merry Christmas. You all enjoyed the festivities and fun time with your families. Thank you, Santa Claus, straight from the North Pole with festive support. And so now Santa Claus becomes the top tipper of the stream with a $42 tip. That jumps us up to 213. Wow, thank you guys for the support today. Awesome. Very appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you again. Okay. Thank you, Santa Claus. Appreciate that. All right. So the poll's still going. Please keep voting, guys. I'm going to leave it running for about another minute or two. Right now, 76 people out of 260 have voted. That's not even a third, guys. More people need to vote. Right now, it's between Merry as Fuck and Kitties. And it could flip if more people vote. Okay? So anyway, I say Infamous. Like, I was really hardcore thinking about this. I was like, dude, what games just died out of nowhere? But were actually pretty good franchises that would be good if they came back. And that's the one that stands out in my mind. Because it seems like everything else keeps coming back. But Infamous just kind of got buried. You know? I don't know why. Like I said, I don't think Second Son was a terrible game. I didn't like it as much as 1 and 2, but it was still a pretty decent game. Okay. Continuing on. Jones to Bones. Yes, that's right. Jones to Bones got 2 questions answered on this Ask the King. He asked the following. Do you and Kat ever game together? Do my wife and I ever game together? Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by that. Do we technically play video games simultaneously? Like, am I player 1 and she's player 2, or she player 1 and I'm player 2? No, we've never done that. Nope, not once. We haven't done any co-op games or anything like that. What we do is she'll be playing games. So for example, a few months ago, she was playing Far Cry 5, and she was enjoying it. And she would get to a point of the game that was incredibly frustrating, annoying, grindy. Maybe it was late at night, and she just wanted to finish a mission before we were adjourning for the night, and she's tired. Like, all right. You know, I'll jump in, and she'll give me the controller, and I'll try to do it or whatever, get through it, you know. Right now, she's playing Witcher 3, and what I'm trying to do is, as she's playing it, explain certain systems and things to her. Like, she didn't know that you could craft the runes. She thought you could only just find them in the world or buy them. I was like, no, you can actually craft the runes by buying the diagrams, and then you can go to certain blacksmiths, and they'll fuse the runes together for you to make better runes to put on your weapons and armor. You see? I also explained to her that you need to find the master blacksmith and the master weaponsmith, so that way you can do the high level stuff, because without that, the whole game, you're suffering trying to craft armor, trying to buy weapons, repair kits and shit, and you can't do it. And it's a big slog until you find them, so it's important to find them right away. And in fact, it was funny, she did the mission to get the master weapon guy like 10 levels before she was supposed to. She treated it like Dark Souls. She was fighting enemies that like killed her with 2 hits, and she took her long to do it, but she pulled it off, and she unlocked the armor way early, so she was able to buy all the kits, and she actually got high level stuff like right away, which is really cool. But do I actually play the game physically with her? No. If I need to take over to help in a part, I will. For the most part, I just like watching and commenting and helping her when I can with knowledge, as opposed to actually jumping in and playing the game with her. See what I'm saying? Okay. All right. Continuing on. The Danimal asks the following question. Another channel member. Being that streaming is your full-time job, do you play your Xbox and PlayStation off of your streams, or is it something that you only do for streaming? Outside of watching my wife play or assisting my wife play, I never play anything at all in this office unless I'm on a stream. Never. That's right. Never. That's right, Jasper. That's right. Right, buddy? You heard him meow? Did you hear him meow? Yeah, never. This is my work. This is my job. This is what I do for a living. It's my hobby. Listen, I love gaming. I wouldn't do it if I didn't love it. But, you know, when you do something for a living, the last thing you want to do is then do it off stream. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny because when I first started on YouTube as a content creator, people would say things to me like, oh, well, who do you watch? And I'm like, who do I watch? No one. I'm on YouTube making content all day. Why do I want to watch other content creators do the same kind of content that I'm doing? Like, what are you talking about? I want to be, when I'm not doing my work, I want to do other things outside of what I do for work. So my games are work, so I don't want to play games. I mean, it's nice watching my wife play games because it's different. It's a different perspective, different skill levels in different games. Actually, she's better at some stuff than I am, and she's not as good at some stuff as I am. So it's different. It's interesting to see someone play the same games that I've played and stuff. And also, I like seeing her different choices when she plays a game, different from what I did when I played them. But that being said, I want to unwind and unplug from all of this when I'm not on stream. You see what I'm saying? Like, to me, it's more relaxing to say, okay, I am not going to do this stuff when I'm offline. Let me go do other stuff. Let me watch television with my wife, listen to some relaxing music, play with Jasper Kitty, watch my wife play games. You see? That's what I like to do when I'm not doing this. I need time away. If my entire existence was games, then I would likely get burnout on games and not enjoy them. But with the fact that this is my gaming experience right here, that's good. That way I don't get burnt out. Choom Baguette. Now I will answer Choom Baguette's question from earlier when they asked, have you ever suffered from eye strain? Yes, there's different kinds of eye strain you can get. Sometimes my eyes burn. And usually my eyes tend to burn at 2 different times. Number one, when spring first starts and all the pollen is out. Because I do have pollen allergies. And man, that first week of spring or 2 weeks of spring can get real bad because I have postnasal drip. But it also affects my eyes bad to the point where it's like if I touch my eye, it'll swell up and be pink and burning. Like, ah, shit. Okay? The other time that happens is during the very beginning of winter or fall when we turn on the heat. So now you have dry air and dry heat in the house for the first time in many, many months. And that dry air actually also affects my eyes, my membranes. It makes it get irritated. And in fact, I would say the first week or 2 weeks that we had the heat on like a month or two ago was bad. And then I kind of got my body adjusted to it, and now I'm okay with it again. So, now strain in particular, have there been days when I actually had a full-on eye strain playing games? Yes. I'm happy to report it has not been a major issue. When I first started doing this full-time, this job full-time, I bought these. The Gunner glasses, okay? The reason I bought them was because I actually felt that if I did videos like this full-time, played games full-time, it might actually hurt my eyes, okay? So that's why I bought these Gunner glasses. And then I'm not even kidding you, I forgot they existed. I did. I completely forgot that the glasses existed, and I proceeded to never use them. These glasses sat in storage for 8 years, because I just started using them this year, right? Or was it last year? I can't remember if it was last year or this year. Whenever I started using them, it was the first time I used them regularly since I bought them. They just sat in their box in storage that long. So I thought, oh man, one day my eyes, I'm going to have eye strain, and I'm really going to need, you know, help with my eyes. And I never did, luckily. It never happened. My eyes never really got worse or anything to the point where I'm like, oh man, now I really need to do something to help my eyes. Let me put on the Gunner glasses or whatever. Not. They've been fine. So it's funny now though, because this year I started wearing the Gunner glasses, and some people have actually asked me, hey, what do you think of the Gunner glasses? Do they help you or not? I can actually tell you I think they do. I don't think they necessarily do too much, but they definitely help a little bit. Like every once in a while, I remember I'd have a day where I'm like, oh, my eyes are burning, or oh, my eyes just feel like, you know, they're bugging out. I don't usually get that feeling that much anymore, and maybe it's because I wear the glasses when we hit the tip skull or not. I don't know, but certainly it feels a little bit better than maybe without them. I mean, I'm just speculating, but yeah, I'm thinking they must have some kind of a positive effect, okay? But do I get total eye strain? Do I have major issues? Luckily for me, I can answer no, I don't usually have that as a problem, okay? Okay? All right. Cool. It's time for a festive holiday sweater, guys. And it looks like it's going to be the Merry as Fuck sweater. Of course it is. All right, we're doing it. The final festive sweater of the season, guys. I don't care. I gotta take the hat off to do this. All right. Yeah. You're welcome, Chum Baguette. They just thanked me for answering their question. All right. Whew. Very nice. Now. Some people seem to be notably upset in the chat that I'm going to wear this sweater. They wanted to see the other sweaters. Okay? Merry as fuck. Here's Santa. Let me show you. Oh, shit. There go my questions. Show his face. There he is. I don't know if he looks merry. He may be having some negative effects of something else, if you know what I'm saying. Look at his face. Anyway, here's what we'll do. Since people seem to be pretty upset that this was the final sweater of the season selected, all right? We'll do what we did yesterday during the Christmas Marathon event. So if we hit $250 in tips at any time during the stream, then you guys will get to vote again, and I'll do a sweater change. Okay? You get to choose between the dragon and the kitties.
Big.
All right? That's what we'll do. And then I guess again, if we hit like $300, then we'll do it again.
All I see you do is
okay?
Big.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money. You guys have been amazing.
My bills.
I'm just saying, people are like upset. They're like, oh shit, I don't want that sweater. This is upsetting to me. I wanted the kitties or whatever. So there you go. Okay. All right, you ready, guys? Ready to continue? All right, here we go. The final question from channel members. Yes, finally. Here we are, 90 minutes into Ask the King. And finally, we're getting to the end of the member questions. From BWT56, he asked the following. Have you ever gone through a stint where every game is just boring or not interesting to you because maybe you have other stuff going on? Maybe you're just not feeling games at the moment? If so, how do you get over it? Because I'm at that point and I hate it. I want to play and enjoy games, but I find myself getting bored quickly or not caring about the game at all, no matter what game it is. Well, a few things. There was one time when I was actually getting bored with my job. Now, my job is games. It was back in 2015 to 2016. I felt that just doing the full-time content creation of just putting out gameplay was getting stale. That's when I decided to diversify what I was doing, and I was going to do KO Gaming, which was the channel with the edited style content, rather than just pure gameplay all day, every day. At that point, I was actually losing my passion for what I was doing. I was very bored with it. I felt like it was the same thing every day. I was tired of talking to myself playing games, you know. Now, I foolishly could have just been a full-time streamer and decided to interact with my audience, but I was very stubborn back then, believing that I could make it work as a YouTuber and not a streamer, and that was really stupid. I feel if I had jumped on the streaming bandwagon a little bit earlier, maybe things would have been different in a positive way. But instead, I jumped on the streaming, the full-time streaming bandwagon kind of late. And if you haven't noticed, ever since I started doing it in 2017, I think things got better and better for my content, for us in general, right? But gaming in general, for me, it's hard for me to say that, and here's why. Getting tired of gaming in general, because remember, for the longest time, I wasn't playing video games. I would say in the 90s, I absolutely loved home video games. I thought that they were amazing. SNES was my favorite console of all time, but then I owned a PS1, I owned a Dreamcast. That whole era was amazing. And then I got into competitive Street Fighter. And competitive Street Fighter basically took up any free time that I had outside of having a full-time job and going to school, college. And so, because all my time was put into competitive Street Fighter, I basically stopped playing video games outside of Street Fighter. So I would say from the year of 1999 all the way through 2007, 8+ years of my life, I stopped playing console video games entirely and just played Street Fighter. There's a few exceptions here and there, but mostly it was just all about Street Fighter. Then when I came back from that and I quit competitive Street Fighter in 2007, I re-immersed myself in gaming, and I was blown away by games like GTA 4 and Mass Effect and BioShock. I couldn't believe how good games had gotten in the 8+ years that I had kind of skipped out on them. I came back, I was like, what the hell was I missing? Look at all this amazing gameplay and stuff that's out there now, okay? And then, let's be honest, then in 2008, I became a content creator, right? And the thing is, the reason that I feel that I really enjoy what I do and I don't get burnout is because, number one, I'm an interactive streamer where we have fun, social conversation every day. That social aspect allows me to enjoy what I do a lot more than just playing the game itself. It's hard to get bored playing a game when you're talking with someone, hanging out with them when you're playing it, right? But in addition to that, there's also the factor that I'm a variety streamer. I don't just play the same style of game over and over and over. You understand? Since I play a wide variety of games. I love Hulk Hogan's dick. Sorry, my screen glitched. I reloaded it and now it's working again. Okay, that freaked me out for a second. I was like, what happened? Okay, since I play such a wide variety of games, right? For example, think about what I'm playing right now. I just started Skyrim. I just started Resident Evil 4. I'm doing Grand Theft Auto 3 Definitive Edition. I'm trying to finish up Lost Judgment on the late streams. I'm doing Halo Infinite multiplayer, and I'm doing old school Street Fighter. All at once. So because I'm doing that variety of stuff, it's hard for me to get bored. I don't even feel like I'm playing the games enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wish I had more time to focus in and play on the games that I'm playing. But I'm playing so many, I don't. You see? It'd be like, if I'm playing a game, man, I play this one so much, I'm tired of it or whatever. But I never really get to get that feeling because I'm a variety content creator. Okay? So, no, actually, BWT, I've never felt that games burned me out. I feel that, like, the content creation aspect of playing the games by myself burned me out. So, actually, if you think of it that way, that's kind of similar to what you're saying. You're playing games by yourself. You're not a content creator, right? You're playing the games by yourself. You're trying to enjoy them just on the face value of being a game. You're not sharing that experience with the world. You're just playing it for yourself, and you're getting bored with games. Yeah, I would say I've been there. 2015 to 2016, I absolutely was getting completely bored just playing the games. I needed a change, you know? So, there you go. And I did. I changed for the better. I ended up becoming an interactive streamer, and that actually reinvigorated everything for me. And I have not been bored since then. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we now get to move on to forum questions. Yes, finally, forum questions. First question from the forums is from Eternal Napalm, who asked the following. Are there any boss fights that stick out in your mind as either exhilarating, challenging, or super fun? What makes a great boss design? Well, I would say the best fighting game bosses of all time were the ginormous cartoony ones from the Versus series. Like, I liked fighting a giant Apocalypse in X-Men vs. Street Fighter or a giant Onslaught in Marvel vs. Capcom. Those seemed like larger-than-life fights. They weren't traditional fighting game fights, but they were big epic set pieces with cool music and giant effects and stuff. Those were really neat. In general, like, one of the boss fights that stands out for me is Champion Gunder in Dark Souls 3, because that one beat my effing ass. Okay? So hard. It beat my ass. I died for like 2 hours straight, if I remember correctly, right? Before I finally beat the boss. Now, why do I like that boss? I'll tell you why. Even though Champion Gunder beat my ass for 2 hours, I still to this day believe that boss is completely fair. There is nothing unfair about Champion Gunder. He's just a fucking badass. And you have to learn his patterns. You have to master the systems of the game if you're going to beat it. In fact, the first time around when I played Dark Souls 3, I had a bad build. I didn't really understand the systems of the game. I went and got my ass beat for 2 hours. The second time around I played Dark Souls 3 years later, I had a better build because I understood it. I knew the systems of the game, and I beat him relatively easily. I think it was the second shot. I think he did beat me once, but I think the second try, I killed him. And everyone at that point was built up like, oh, this is going to take 4 hours, and I beat him. You know? To me, those are meaningful experiences, because when you have something that you can overcome, right? Oh, man, something's kicking my ass or whatever, and you can overcome it, that becomes synonymous with something great for me, and it makes me feel like something special happened in the game. A big overcoming moment, right? When fucking Ludwig beat my ass 100 times, everyone laughed. When I went back to that DLC later in Bloodborne, and I kicked his ass, not once, but twice. And then I went on to fight the Orphan of Kos and all that. That was really good shit, right? That's some of the best coolest stuff that I felt like I
Tiger, tiger.
So that's what I would say. That's some of the stuff that I feel was some of the most meaningful boss fights I ever did. Now, what makes good boss design? To me, good boss design is that there's challenge. The boss isn't a pushover, but the boss is fair. As long as you stick with it and you learn the abilities of the boss or the patterns of the boss, you basically can adapt to it and you can beat it. Whether that means becoming able to react to what the boss is doing and counterattack it, or whether that means actually finding the boss's weakness and attacking the weakness. All right, what I don't like about a boss is a fucking puzzle boss. I've said it 4,000 times in my whole fucking career. I hate puzzle bosses. A boss that everything you've learned up to this point in the game is meaningless. Forget all your abilities. Forget all your weapons. They all suck. They don't do shit. You need to find a specific little thing to do to that boss in order to beat it.
Are you a functional
that's
retard?
only specific
I have to ask.
to this particular fight of the game, because that's how they programmed it. It doesn't matter how good you are at the game. You need to learn the secret of the boss and unlock the puzzle to defeat the boss. That, ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, is bad game design, and in layman's terms, it's called something like bullshit. I hate it. Give me a game where it's Give me a game where it's tough because it's something that's a tough pattern you need to learn, or because you need to employ all of the skills and abilities you've learned up to that point in the game. Now, I hope you liked the game up to now. Too bad. Now the game is something completely different just for this boss. Fuck you. Waste your time learning it just for this boss. By the way, after the boss, forget it. You'll never need to know that ever again. I hate that shit. Those are the worst bosses ever in gaming history. Dark Maggot, what's going on? Dark Maggot just gave me $20. It says, Merry Christmas, Phil. Shit. Merry Christmas, Phil. Thanks for all the good times and many more to come. Question, apart from Minecraft, what's the one game that you've enjoyed more than you expected? Hope that you eat a lot and have a great time. Stay safe, everyone. I will. I'm going to have a lot of Chinese food tonight, that's for sure. And tomorrow, it's going to be good food. But, thank you for the tip. By the way, now we're $17 away from a sweater swap. When we hit $250, you guys can vote and we can do a sweater swap. Okay? Unlike, besides Minecraft, a game that I enjoyed more than I ever expected. Well, let's think about this. What games have I played that I maybe had no exposure to, knew nothing about them, and then when I actually tried them, ended up being very entertaining and ended up becoming ongoing sessions? I can tell you one just from this year, Microsoft Flight Simulator. I had never done anything like that before, a straight up sim of anything, right? And flying around the world, okay? Flying around the world, seeing all these cool landmarks, these different cities, learning the history and things of these areas as we traveled to them, and having fun interactions with you guys, right? That was awesome. And it ended up being an ongoing chill stream for like 2 months that we did. That was really meaningful. It actually, I feel like that, if you watch that series, if you just watch my Microsoft Flight Sim stuff for 2 months, not only will you get an education, but you'll have a lot of chill fun with me and my audience. It was really special, right? Geez, I mean, just this year, Hades. Here's a franchise where I had played previous games from these guys, like Transistor, Bastion, and never did I think that in 2021, I would play a game from the same studio, and it would be as good or as enjoyable of an experience as it was. But man, I'm glad that I played it. I missed out on it last year. It was on a lot of other venues, right? And it wasn't available until it was on Game Pass for Xbox Series X as something, really readily playable for me. And playing it, I'm like, damn, I missed out. This is an outstanding plot, amazing gameplay, the complexity of the different weapons, upgrades, and things, all the variables involved in it. Boy, did it show me how a roguelike can be very entertaining. It really did. He's going crazy on my hat right now. It showed me that a roguelike can be super entertaining. When previously, my only other experience with roguelikes was like Returnal. And I thought that game was so underwhelming and disappointing. But why you got your butt on my head? Why? He's rubbing his butthole on my head. No, he's not. You know what he's doing? He's looking at the decorations and the phone behind him. He turned around. He gave me a nice festive Christmas butt rub. Very nice, Jasper. The homosexuals are evil people who are all passing around AIDS. Thank you very much for the butt rub. Oh, now he's rubbing his face on my beard. Look at this. Look at this. What's he doing? Oh, you're such a lovable cat. He's such a love bug cat. We call him the love bug kitty. He loves rubbing. He loves licking. Anything, you know, lovey-dovey cat. When he's in the mood, he's a loving cat. And then other times he can be a terror, but, you know, he's so cute. Okay. So anyway, yeah, Dark Maggot, those would be some games just from this year. I'm sure there's been many others over the years, but those are the two that come to mind. Flight Sim and Hades. Shout out to Alex from Phoenix who just did a super chat. He says, Merry Christmas to you and your family. I enjoyed the Halo campaign playthrough with you spraying mofos and Jasper's multiple cameos. Thank you. You're welcome, Alex. Thank you for the super chat, and I agree. Yeah, you know, Jasper being here on the stream, as intrusive as sometimes it can be when he's blocking the television and stuff, I feel like it's definitely a welcome addition, and it's something that's a nice staple of the streams to see him come by and be a part of everything. I really enjoy that too. So, okay, continuing on with the questions, because we're actually going to go on another break in about 15 minutes. Let's see here. The next question here is from I Cured It With My Brain, and he asked the following. With Knights of the Old Republic now being remade, would you prefer that they keep the same plot, story, and characters and just update the game mechanics and graphics? Or are you open to changes to the story and plot and characters? Alright, let me put it this way. I am actually 100% okay with changes to the plot or characters of a classic game like that, as long as it is made clear up front that they are doing so. Okay? Allow me to give you the exact reference I'm making here. Final Fantasy VII Remake. When they said they were remaking the game, they presented it, advertised it, and pushed it, saying they were literally remaking Final Fantasy VII with modern gameplay elements and graphics. They never ever said they were changing the story. Their impression they gave everyone was this is a straight up remake. It's the same game, only now it's for modern audiences because it's better visuals and gameplay. They'll like it a lot more now, right? That's great. But now, we're changing the whole effing game. Now this isn't even the same plot because now this is a what if scenario. If there's an alternate dimension and this is a different version of those characters from another dimension and they're crossing from dimension to dimension, and what if everything changed in the plot? And here's why that pissed me off, honestly. Not the fact that they did it, but because they didn't announce it, I couldn't prepare myself for it. If I had known that this is what they were doing, I absolutely, the summer before, would have played the original Final Fantasy VII as a playthrough. So I would have had the knowledge needed to understand all of the references and things in the game and understand what changed from the original game to the remake. But they didn't. They literally lied. They told everyone it's the same when it wasn't. So everyone goes into this game expecting this is going to be the same as Final Fantasy VII. And for the most part it is, until the end, and then at the end, the last few hours is completely different and changes the plot in its entirety, and you're like, what the fuck just happened? What am I playing? I've actually literally been lied to. The entirety of this game was being developed and advertised. Why couldn't they have been truthful? Okay? So if they were making Knights of the Old Republic Remake, and by the way, just so you know, we're changing plot elements, we're changing the plot, so it's a refreshing new game. Good, thanks for telling me. Now I'll go play the original. I'll know what happened in the original, so when I play the new one, I can understand the differences and the references. Not, I'm halfway through the game and now I'm confused as fuck because you changed stuff and I don't know what's going on. It was just a really bad way for them to do it. They literally could have just been transparent, and that pissed me off. I'm okay with them changing stuff as long as you know ahead of time, okay? I think I can open my blinds again. I think that the sun's gone. Maybe. Oh yeah, it's gone. It's full clouds again. Whew. Oh, okay. Continuing on. Next question is from Dripster866. He asked if you ever quit a game because of a boss fight was hard or you had to do mad grinding. Yes, there's two games that come to mind. Both RPGs. One is the infamous Persona 3 playthrough, where I didn't know what I was getting into playing Persona 3. I didn't understand that a lot of the mechanics were way more outdated than Persona 4. I had no idea that the final boss was an insane hour-long grind. I just didn't know that. And if you get to the end of this boss, there's an RNG factor where the boss can do random status. That's what I did. And because it's RNG, meaning it's randomly generated, it's not, oh, the set pattern creates this effect. It's just, random stuff happens. You can get to a situation where your party cannot recover.
I am
okay.
Cat,
now it takes an hour to get to this part of the fight. And by the way, it's fun. You get to fight all these different phases of the boss and everything to get to this part. And you're like, wow, this is so cool because I used all my abilities, all my knowledge of the game up to this point to get to this point. And now let's finish the boss for good. Oh, random status effects. Oops, half your characters can't move. No, really. The one character that can restore it is confused and they can't fix it.
Banned,
so
banned.
Okay, replay from the start. Wait, what?
Gone.
There's no
forever.
checkpoints. Redo the whole boss fight from the start. Takes an hour to get back to that point. Okay, maybe it was just bad luck. So I go through again, and I do this, and I get to the end, random status effect. You're fucked. What the fuck is this? Even when you know what's coming, you can't actually equip enough stuff to your party to stop the randomized status effects. You can stop one or two status effects. You can't stop every status effect in the game that's randomly generated from happening. So because of that, at one point you're going to get fucked. Now the funny part is I've heard some people got right to the end of Persona 3 and beat it on the one go because they didn't get a bad combination of status effects and they just done. They love the game. For me, it wasted so much of my time. It was an entire stream. 2+ hours of going through the boss fight again and again to get to the end and get screwed. I quit. I rage quit. I said, I'm not doing this. This is a waste of my time. I'm too frustrated. Maybe I'll come back at some point and I'll beat it. And I did. I actually did come back and I beat it, what was it, like a year later? But most people will actually never admit that. Some people to this day say, oh, you rage quit Persona 3.
Do you want to play the fucking game?
I went back and I beat it much later. What? They don't know because they're stupid. They never went back to actually find out that, yeah, eventually I cooled down. I wanted to beat unfinished games, and that was one of the infamously unfinished ones that I had done, and I went back and I beat it. Okay? Now, compare that, all right? Compare that with something completely different, okay? Compare that with something completely different. Final Fantasy 13 3 Lightning Returns, okay? Just listen to how fucked up and stupid this game is. The entire
Are you gonna just complain all night? Just leave then.
You can be playing a certain way and coast right through it, no problems. You get to the final boss. For some reason,
You're not welcome on my streams, period.
for some reason, just the final fight of the game is like a 15 to 20 level jump from everything else right before it.
Take that as you will.
Just
I don't want any
that
drama
fight,
in the stream chat.
nothing else. So everything you've done up to the end of the game, you can coast through. And then when you get to the final boss, you can't beat it. The game actually expects you to go back to the next to last area and grind, not for 1 hour, not for 2 hours, but for 5 to 10 hours to gain the levels necessary.
You're
to
supposed
then
to be
go
following
back
the game,
to the
following
final
the fun
boss
gameplay, and
beat it
chilling and
see the
relaxing
ending.
with me.
Now, if the game were good, maybe I'd be like, oh, okay, another 5 to 10 hours of grinding, cool. I'll relax, I'll chill, we'll go through it, and we'll have a good time. But the game sucks, right? The game is absolutely terrible. It's the worst of the 3 Final Fantasy 13 games. The combat is not as good as the previous 2. The game itself runs like shit. It's just not a great game at all. The plot is god-awful. So for you to have to go, wait, I suffered through this entire game. I played it for like 40 to 60 hours to get to this point. You expect me to go back and waste another 5 to 10 hours because you couldn't scale the boss properly to the rest of the game because you're a lazy game developer? Are you out of your mind? So guess what I did? I said, fuck this, and I watched someone else beat the game on YouTube. Live. Yeah. I actually played the end of someone else's playthrough on YouTube.
Oh, here we go.
Now
he's talking about WWE
and the hilarious part was,
piece of shit.
the ending sucked.
You piece of donkey shit.
The ending was
How about
fucking
this?
terrible.
How about this?
And I was like, I'm
WWE
glad I
champions.
didn't waste my time
All right.
grinding 5 to 10 hours to see that
WWE
terrible
champions
fucking ending of
lives
this game.
rent-free
And I
in
just
your
ended my playthrough and
motherfucking
said,
head.
fuck this, I'm never playing
I
ever
don't
again.
think about
and
WWE
I do
champions.
not regret it.
You do.
That game,
You probably
terrible.
know way more about the fucking game than I ever will because you're an idiot. You're an obsessed
All right, one more
loser.
question, and then we're going to go on a break. The next question is from Stefania Gaming, who asked the following. Hey, Phil, my brother and I went to take out the trash. No, wait a minute. Let's try this again. My brother and I went to take to the trash some things that we had when we were kids, like some toys and such. Some of my dolls look so vintage that I might decide to resell them. I was curious about which type of toys or retro stuff you had when you were a kid. And also, what would you do with your friends to pass the afternoons? You know, like besides just going to arcades, did you actually play any sports or anything like that? How did the Phil from the 80s and 90s spend his time? I remember my classmates hooked up to Tamagotchis, but that was a bit later. One last thing, did you ever get Masters of the Universe toy that looks like a bumped up glowing skeleton? It's so funny. It looks absolutely ridiculous, and I have it here for my brother in a cardboard box, and waiting its demise. It's from the 1980s. I'm curious if you had it at some point. So as I was growing up, I went through like literally every phase of toys. My first toys were like He-Man. Then I went on to like Transformers, G.I. Joe. Then it went to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? I'm sure there's more stuff in there I'm forgetting. Then after that, X-Men action figures. And then after that, it went kind of like Spawn figures. But then the Spawn figures I didn't really want to play with because they were more like works of art than toys. And that was really the end of when I was playing with those kind of toys. So yeah, absolutely, I would play with toys like that with my friends outside, playing around and everything. But in addition to that, you know, we liked to do other stuff outside of just playing with figures. Like we had water guns. We'd run around, you know, in the summer shooting each other with water guns. Back then was when they actually started to have some of the battery-powered guns. Now, by the way, they didn't look real. Like I had one that was like orange, neon orange and blue. And it was an automatic. You run around going, but shooting water at people and stuff like that. Water balloons, stuff like that. As for sports, I never really played any sports seriously. But like I tell everyone and they laugh at me, I used to play badminton. Badminton. You know, with the net and the birdie or shuttlecock and the long racket with a small end. You would strike the shuttlecock back and forth over the net. I used to play it in my driveway with my dad, and then later on with my friends we'd play against each other. We loved it. It was fun as hell. I had a long driveway when I was a kid, so there was a lot of space to do stuff like that. Anything that was like a long field kind of a deal, there was a lot of space to do it. We'd take the cars out of the driveway, put them on the street, and we'd play in the driveway all day, which was really fun. So, no, I never owned a WWE figure, Everlove. No, not once in my life did I ever own a WWE figure. I liked pro wrestling when I was a kid, but I actually got into it as a result of my great uncle, or, excuse me, not my great uncle, my godfather, who liked it, and we actually went over one Thanksgiving. We went over there to have Thanksgiving dinner with them, and they were watching Survivor Series on Thanksgiving, and that got me into pro wrestling. So I liked watching it, but I never had like any collectibles or anything of pro wrestling or anything like that back in the day. No. In particular, this question that Stefania Game is asking about the glowing skeleton figure, if I'm remembering correctly, okay, I think I had it. I think what it was, it actually had the body of like He-Man, but they recast the plastic to be like transparent. So it kind of looked like white, transparent white. But what they did is they like sketched a skeleton onto it, if I'm remembering correctly. And it had the head of a skeleton, but it wasn't. The thing that threw me off about this thing, it was a skeleton with a buff body and the head of a skeleton, but it wasn't Skeletor. I thought, if I remember correctly, when I got it, I thought it was Skeletor. I thought it was like another version of Skeletor. But it wasn't. It was something else. Now, if I'm remembering correctly, okay, the prominent feature of that figure was that if you left it out in the sun all day, or under a lamp all day, then if you turned the lights off, it glowed in the dark. So it was a glow-in-the-dark figure. But none of the other He-Man toys glowed in the dark. So what was the point of having a glow-in-the-dark figure if you turn the lights off and the only toy you can see out of all the toys you have is the one? You can't play with the other toys because you can't see them because you're in the dark. You see? They're like, oh, well, I'll turn on a flashlight. Then why do you need the glow-in-the-dark figure if you're turning a light on? You see? So the whole premise of the figure didn't make sense. You know what I mean? It didn't make sense at all because you can't play with your toys in the dark. You can't see them. Anyway, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, I think that's what it was. It glue in the dark. I think. Okay. All right, guys. It's time for our second break of the show. This will be about roughly 5 minutes. It won't be a long break. All right, when we come back, it'll be the finale of Ask the King. We basically have just a small amount of forum questions left, and we have a few Twitter questions, and that's the show.
Dick.
So, depending on time, maybe we'll have a little bit of extra time to ask some Q&A to this chat or not. But, all right, guys, thank you so much. Great stream, great support. Everything's great. If you're watching live on stream, it's going to be a short break here on the stream. If you're watching on YouTube on demand, there should be a third and final video for this episode 89 of Ask the King. Okay, guys? Thank you so much. I'll be back shortly with the conclusion. Very nice.
Said it all to me. I could tell you didn't wanna leave, 'cause you knew what was best for me. Who knew what we had become? A monster inside of us. We had it coming along for a while now. We had fire. Emotions put it out. Just waiting for something to spark again. I keep asking myself how it's happened. And now I'm asking, how will I go on? Now I'm asking, without you. Wildfire at the start, then return to ashes, taken by the wind, gone forever. I wish I could go back and turn the table when we were younger. I wish I could change you. We fell out, we were the stars with no light, we're the snow in July, we're the earth with no light. I keep asking myself how's it happened. Now I'm asking, how will I go on? Now I'm asking, all that.
Think I need an exorcist right now.
Oh, hear your voice, but you are not around. Oh, visions of your face are breaking down. Left me headed for the coast. Now I'm living with your ghost. I still hear echoes, echoes of you. I still hear echoes that I can't mute. They're haunting my dreams like a playlist of memories. I still hear echoes of you. Left me in my room with all this space, yeah. Trapped with all the words you used to say, yeah. How much longer till these fragments fade? Left me headed for the coast. Now I'm living with your ghost. I still hear echoes of you. I still hear echoes that I can't mute. They're haunting my dreams like a playlist of memories. I still hear echoes of you.
We could be holding up our light. We could be fighting for what's right. Or we could be falling to pieces. Under the bridge of fire burns. Somewhere the pages start to turn. And somebody whispers, I need this.
Gentlemen, this is it. This is the big finale. As you can actually see, and this is actually not me staging this, the lights on my hat are starting to die. The battery, I've been wearing this hat on and off all week on various streams. And how appropriate is it? Here we are, the final holiday theme stream I'm doing, right? And the lights are dying, the batteries are dying. That's why it's not twinkling actively as much as it was. It's actually not as bright, you can see. welcome to the conclusion of my Christmas Eve Ask the King special for 2021. This is the final segment. There's already been 2 other segments. If you're watching on demand on YouTube, be sure to watch those 2 before you watch this one to see all the answers to your questions. All right? But let's end this with a bang. Let's do the final questions right now. All right? Thank you guys for all of your support during this stream. Thank you for a great holiday. This week was amazing with all the stuff that we did, and I'm really appreciative of that. Let's finish up, shall we? All right. Okay. So, the next question is from Fantasy Star PG, and he asked the following question. He says, "Hey Phil, with the gaming landscape changing as both Sony and Microsoft now have 20+ studios each, we can officially say there may never again be a dry season where either Xbox or PlayStation doesn't have any games out. I see people changing the gaming debate from what the consoles can or can't do to now being the focus is who has the better games because you're going to pay $70 for them. Now, compare that to Game Pass as well, because, you got to compare the idea that some people are going to pay $70 for a game,
Say goodbye,
while other people get high-quality games under Game Pass and don't have to pay that, you see? What's your opinion on games finally getting attention over hardware?" That actually is a very interesting question for Phantasy Star PG, because when I was growing up, it was always about the hardware, right? It was, oh, Nintendo has the best controller and the best graphics. Oops. Well, now the Genesis does what Nintendo don't. Oh, but now the Super NES is out, and this has the Super FX chip that could do 3D graphics. You could save your games on the cartridge. The controller's better. Oh, but now the Sega CD's out. Now you can play games on CD with CD music and full motion video. Oh, but now this one's out, but now that one's out. And every time a console came out, it was always about how did you trump the hardware capabilities of the last console, or what innovative thing were you adding to your console that people needed to buy your console for? And Nintendo always, I would say, stood a little bit separate from that pack. Reason being, Nintendo always had their amazing first-party titles, right? And they always kind of went back to that. Oh, well, yeah, maybe Nintendo doesn't have the best graphics right now, but we've got Mario, and we've got Zelda, and we've got this and that. But everyone else was always in constant competition, right? What's the best-looking console? What's the console that now has online capabilities? What's the console that has the most storage on a disc? Which one runs at the best resolution? Is it 8 bits, 16 bits, 32 bits, 64 bits, 128 bits? Is it 3D? Is it 2D? Is it HD? Is it 720p? Is it 1080p? Is it 4K? Right? We've been talking about this for so long. We have been. And now, this console generation, when you look at PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X, and you actually look at the performance of the consoles side by side, I think, yes, we can actually kind of say, finally, they're, for the most part, equivalent. Is there really a selling point of one console over the other when it comes to the actual performance capabilities of either console? I don't think so. I think if you have an Xbox Series X or a PS5, you basically have the best console on the market. And it wasn't always like that at all. Even the last console gen, you could argue PS4 was better than Xbox One for a time. Then you could argue before then. Well, at first, the Xbox 360 was running games better than PS3. But by the end of that console gen, PS3 had optimized the way that people could develop games for it, and it ended up being much better capability. I mean, take a look at The Last of Us 1 on the PlayStation 3 at the end of its life cycle, right? So, yeah, I actually think this is kind of the first time we're not having a console war just based on bits and bloops, based on, graphical fidelity. We're actually going to have a console war based on games. And that's interesting because this year, admittedly, how many amazing games do we have that were console exclusives? Well, you had Ratchet & Clank, you had Returnal, right? You had, what was the other one? There was like 3 big PlayStation 5 games this year, okay? Oh, was it Kena Bridge of Spirits? I think it was. And on the other side, you had Halo Infinite, you had Microsoft Flight Sim, you had Forza Horizon 5, and maybe 1 or 2 others. If you actually look at the entire landscape of games this year, honestly, I don't think either console, even in that regard, outperformed. Each console had a small handful of exclusives that were good. I don't know. I mean, I guess it really depends on what you like. If you love racing or you love FPS games, probably you're ecstatic with what just came out for the Xbox. But maybe that's not your cup of tea. Maybe you like 3D platformers. And man, I love Ratchet and Clank, right? Excuse me. But for me, when I look at this entire landscape, the one thing for me that in 2021 was a huge definitive factor between the consoles was Game Pass. Game Pass allowed you to spend a very discounted flat rate a month. What was it, $15 a month or something like that, and get a large number of games unlocked that you could play without any additional fee, even new releases. I mean, I just alone, since I got Game Pass in the summer, each month I was playing 2 to 3 new releases on Game Pass, right? I saved money. I didn't buy Halo Infinite. I didn't buy Forza. That was money saved. Giant big new releases.
They said, Phil, you know, we contribute to you, but it always seems like it's a black hole.
Hades,
because it always seems like no matter how much we
Microsoft Flight
contribute,
Simulator.
you're always
I'm just
still
going off the
having
top of my
problems.
head. I've
You're
already
always
got
still in
7
debt,
games.
and
I'm sure
nothing's
there was
getting
more
better.
than that.
I
You know what
agree
I'm
with
saying?
you.
So I'm going, oh, I just re-downloaded Skyrim. You know? I keep going. So Game Pass seems to be like now long term, will Game Pass be as much of a factor? I don't know. Especially because now we have the rumors about Sony's going to try to compete with them with their own service and all of that.
Stop it!
But I actually find it a very interesting time because, yeah, unlike previous years where it was always about the console wars, PlayStation versus Microsoft versus Nintendo, and what each console can do, now it seems to be way more about what games are on what console and how do you get those games, how do you know, what are you paying for them, right? So, will this continue? Maybe, maybe not. Next year, we do have some pretty big exclusives coming out. For example, just, you know, just off the top of my head, Horizon Forbidden West and God of War Ragnarok will only be on PlayStation. Well, I take that back. They'll be on PlayStation 4 and 5, so they are cross-platform in the Sony family, right? If you don't have a Sony console, you can't play them. Okay? I think it's going to be a very
shut up
interesting
this dude
situation
who's being
only
a
because it's
moron.
hard to predict. How do you predict it when we've never been in this situation? It's always been, oh, consoles are unlimitedly available by now. It's a year after the launch of a console. Anyone can get any console they want, so it's all fair game. It's not fair game anymore. People still cannot get a PlayStation 5. They still cannot get an Xbox Series X if they want it. Xbox Series S is more available. It's certainly not widely available everywhere, but it's definitely more available. So I would say, yeah, this is a unique time. Can I predict what's going to happen or whatever? You know, I don't know. What is my opinion on games getting emphasis over hardware? I think it's about time. I think that it's time for us to stop arguing about bits and capabilities of the console. I've always said this too. The last 2 console gens were so underwhelming. We were promised the world when it came to what these consoles could do. But sadly, what they did do was incredibly underwhelming against the promise of what we were told they could do. Just because the console could do 1080p doesn't mean every game ran at 1080p. Just because a console could do 60 frames didn't mean it did it. There were a lot of games you would buy, and the resolution and the frame rate were disappointing. But wait a minute. This is supposed to be the top-of-the-line game console, and you can't run at 1080p 60 frames yet? What is going on, right? At least this console gen, from what I've seen, is living up to expectation. Each game has a performance versus a fidelity mode. If you want the higher resolution, if you want more detail, you can get it. If you want the better performance with higher frame rate, you can get it. You can basically get what you want, you see, from your console for the first time. We've never seen these kind of settings and stuff in a game before. In fact, it was funny. Recently, my wife was playing Far Cry 5 on her PlayStation 4 Pro. And it was okay. It definitely wasn't above 30 frames, but sometimes it did it got sluggish a little bit, and the frame rate would dip. And I said to her, doesn't this have like a setting where you can like change it to performance versus fidelity mode? No, that didn't exist then. But I'm stupid. I'm thinking in my head, oh yeah, the last year every game had that. No, they didn't have that. You see? So now you have these options. So that's cool. I would like it more to be about Dan, oh, this console can run this game better. This console can run this game better. It doesn't seem like that anymore. It's just everything's the same. But now we need to see what these studios are going to pump out for us, right? Okay. All right. The final question from the forums is actually an interesting question because I actually think this guy was trolling a lot. But he asked a question that was appropriate. And quite frankly, I think it's time to talk a little bit about this. So listen to the question. His name is Muffler Bearing, okay? And here's what he has to say. Don't you think that having this website, this is my forums basically on the website. I own my own website. is a bit unnecessary now. I don't think your viewers use it. They barely use it. And I would bet you barely use it. You're probably going to answer more questions from your Twitter than from this thread for Ask the King. And the majority of streamers, big and small, don't own their own websites anymore. Rather, they use established social media platforms only. Okay? I would actually say up until this year, I needed the site. But now that I am a full-time YouTube content creator, and now we have the channel page with the community tab where I can make posts and you guys can directly respond to said posts, that has become more useful than the forums. It has. Right now, I can post up a poll on my YouTube page, DSP Gaming, on the community tab, and within a day I get like 1,000 responses. Sometimes I get 2,000-3,000 responses within a few days because it has reached people subscribed or actively watching the content and they want to have their voices known. It's easy for them to do it. As opposed to if I do a poll on my forums, oh, I got to make an account on the forums, register, verify the account, got to go out of my way to vote on the forum, right? Same thing when I'm asking for questions for Ask the King. If I had had a thing by which channel members registered for my forums and had exclusive access to a private thread where they could post questions for this Ask the King, I probably would have got 5 questions. Instead, I got like 20, 30 questions from the members because it was easy for them to do. They just clicked right through and posted it right to my webpage, okay? I mean, I'll be honest with you. At one point, the website and forums had a big use, and I don't really think they do anymore. I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct. Instead of having a forum thread where you post up your questions for Ask the King, I could easily just do a community post for it on DSP Gaming. However, there is a downside. There's actually 2 downsides if I were to get rid of my website. The first downside is you can't direct link to anything on the YouTube channel page. So, for example, right now, I have a command in the chat. It's !Ask the King. If you type that in the chat, Nightbot will post up a link. Say, click here to post up your questions for the next episode of Ask the King. And I've already set that up that you can click to the next forum thread for the Ask the King that's going to take place now in early March, okay? And you can actually post up your questions right now for it, okay? If I were to have a community post on my DSP Gaming channel that says post here, reply here to post up your question for Ask the King, guess what? You can't link to it. There's no direct link to that post at all. There's no way to do it. So if I were to do that, I would just have to say, Ask the King command says, hey, if you want to post up your questions, go to Phil's community page and just look down within all the posts. That there could be dozens of posts. Find the post there to respond to post up your questions for Ask the King, which is not efficient in any way, shape, or form. It's confusing, you see. The other thing is, I do have an option for patrons that if they do pledge a certain level, they get access to an exclusive portion of my site. Guess what? It's completely defunct and no one uses it. As I told you guys, there used to be a function where patrons of mine would go to patreon.com/DarkSidePhil and do a $20 pledge. Grab some salt. And they would be guaranteed to get their question answered. One person did this in 2020. Excuse me, 2021. One person all year did it in 2021. That was it. So I would have to change that and say, okay, that perk doesn't exist anymore. Okay? Which is not a big deal. Like I said, I feel the people who pledge to my Patreon aren't looking for perks. They're people who literally just want to support me in a way that's not related to the streams. Or maybe they don't like PayPal and they want to pledge in a way that it helps, but they don't have to deal with PayPal and stuff. Okay? They're not looking for perks anymore. All right? But there is one other really important factor. And here's the important factor. What if YouTube changes everything tomorrow? Oh, we did away with community posts. Oh, well, now I operate my whole business off community posts. You guys vote on polls. You guys post up questions. You know what I mean? And now you took it away. So now what do I do? Right? Now I got to go out of my way to find something else. Or, God forbid, Phil gets banned from here or there for some bullshit reason that he doesn't deserve, which has happened many times, especially this year with Twitch. Right? What happens if somehow now I lose access to the avenues outside of the website, right? Then I have no way to communicate with you guys, right? You know? The website is the fallback, the end-all be-all. If everything goes wrong, you can still find me on my site and I could post stuff there and let you know what's going on, right? I don't know. But I don't really think that the site is used. That's the thing. Like, I'll be honest. I don't think the site is used at all anymore. It's like a very small handful of people who still use it for anything. Some of them are just trolls anyway. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I almost never go on the site. Like once in a blue moon, I go on the site. Sometimes it's months for me to go on there. I felt bad because someone who used to be a longtime user of the site many, many years ago, all right, basically didn't even watch my content for like 4 years, came back and sent me a private message and was like, hey, just so you know, I actually started watching your content for the first time in 4 years. I really enjoyed it again. How you doing? I didn't read their PM for like 2 months. And I responded, and I never got another response. That person might be like, wow, Phil blew me off. No, I just don't use the forums anymore. I don't use the site. So I'm actively paying to maintain a website and forums that I basically don't use. You know? So maybe 2022 is the year that we retire the site. It might be. It might be the year that I just realize there's just no use for it anymore, and we retire it entirely. That there's just no purpose to it anymore. People don't post up fan art there anymore. People don't do any. Literally, it's not used. All the things I used to use it, all right. They don't. It's just not used anymore.
Today's been incredibly slow.
So I'm thinking maybe it's time to retire it. I don't know. Okay. Yes, the UPS guy just tipped me $1.50. He says, since we're talking about your site, didn't it used to be bigger? Didn't there used to be a page that would list every playthrough you ever did? What happened to that? And by the way, happy Christmas Eve and early Merry Christmas to you, and also use UPS. Thank you for the tip, UPS guy. Yeah, and here's what happened. That was actually one of the major uses of my site. I would send people there and be like, hey, if you want to find an archive of all of my content, my site outlines all of that. If you go there and you search, you can find all my videos on YouTube. You can search for a playthrough. It'll bring it up. Here's what happened. YouTube shut it off. YouTube used to have these feeds. They were called RSS feeds. By the way, guys, I'm going to take these glasses off. They're bothering me now. I've worn them for so long. I'm just going to take them off for the rest of the stream. We're almost done anyway. They used to have what were called RSS data feeds. And those feeds would send out information like that. Like your listing information on your YouTube channel could be used on a third-party site. One day, they literally, with absolutely no notice, turned it off. So all of a sudden, just defunct. And I'm like, so what do I do? And I talked to my webmaster. He's like, yeah, they just shut it up. You can't even get it. It's impossible. They changed everything, all the coding on the site. So basically that feature will never work ever again.
What do I do?
Messed up, huh? So...
What do I do?
Yeah, I think at this point in 2022, I think I am going to have a serious conversation with my webmaster. Like, unless we can dramatically make it like
what do I do?
Which is not right now. If I remember correctly, I think I'm paying about like $40 a month or something like that for it. I don't know exactly how much. It's not a lot. Still, it's something. It's money that I'm pissing away and not using the site. So unless we could find a way to make it like literally free or next to free, I'm not using it. We adopted community posts for almost everything. Yes, there'll be a little bit of minor inconvenience. I can't link you to Ask the King posting is anymore. And I would have to change one perk on Patreon that no one's using anyway. But I really don't think that there's a use for the site. Maybe you disagree. Let me know if you disagree.
Please shut up this
Personally,
dude
I
who's
think
being
it's
a
kind of
moron.
time to get rid of it, you know? Okay? All right. Shout-outs to the patrons. Funny that we're mentioning the patrons. Shout-outs to the ongoing patrons. People who, behind the scenes of all of this, support me ongoing. They don't care about getting a shout-out on a stream or anything like that. They just want me to keep going. But once every couple of months when I do Ask the King, I do a special segment to shout them out. So thank you to the following people. Big Tone 995, Crisis Mod, Fantasy Star PG, who I answered a question from, Geo Yanks, Martin, Maya the Bees, Planet Jeff, Robert, a guy whose name I can't Trey Cooley, Two Bar King, Will, Sean, Thomas, David, Michael, Faithin, QPZ MWN, Richard, Riley, Stormforce Gamer, and Tony. Thank you guys so much for the ongoing patron support. It helps. It really does. Behind the scenes, I get, a good-sized amount of support every month from Patreon. It's not huge. It's a few $100, but it helps. So thank you for that. Okay. Last but not least, Twitter questions to end this special holiday edition of Ask the King, my friends. Lasercorn Jr. says, "Oh, shoes, Phil, I hope your holidays are going well."
Money. I really do.
My question is, what is the pinnacle holiday
bills.
movie in your mind? One that when you pop it in, it's just the most wonderful Christmas movie.
It's none of anyone's business.
Jolly. Mine is definitely It's a Wonderful Life. Thanks for keeping entertained. For me, it's A Christmas Story. That one, my dad's favorite Christmas movie growing up. And when I play that movie, number one, it just has so many cool things in it, like memeable moments and things in it that are just memories of watching that movie over the years. But also the fact that my dad loves that movie, and I remember watching it with my dad and us laughing at it and all the jokes that he would make when we watched it. And, you know, A Christmas Story was always synonymous with Christmas.
Can someone please shut up this dude who's being a moron?
And by the way, I love a lot of different Christmas movies, but that's the one. That's like the big one for me, you know. Parasolo says, how do you foresee 2022 to be different than 2021 when it comes to game releases, better or worse? Better. I think it will be better. This year, we had a lot of game releases that we thought were going to be great and were incredibly underwhelming. And on the flip side of
Tevin's
that,
fault.
we had a lot of game releases that were delayed and are going to come out relatively soon.
Thanks, Derek. I appreciate
in 2022. That. So I think 2022 overall will actually be a much better year for games. I could be completely wrong. Hurt M asks, what game was drastically influenced by viewer participation, i.e., and how much you enjoyed the game and how you played it, etc. Oh man, Minecraft for sure. That was directly influenced by people requesting things and people contributing and picking things as a result. Definitely Flight Simulator again. That was one where people were constantly picking places to go. And,
look out, there's a black woman coming out.
Adding
She
to
takes them
it
both out.
by
Boom.
adding commentary to it. Oh, I know about this landmark. I know about this place that you're flying to, etc., etc. You know, I would go as far to say any of the late night chill game playthroughs this year, like Hades was huge because on Hades, people who had already played the game were helping me to understand the different abilities and builds. And if I didn't get that help, I probably wouldn't have enjoyed Hades anywhere near as much as I did doing it over the course of the summer. But it ended up being one of my favorite playthroughs of the entire year because of the level of interactivity that I had with the people who were watching the playthrough. Okay? Stealth and Shadows says, what are some of the goals you have for the channel in 2022? I only have really one concrete goal for DSP Gaming in 2022, and it's this is the goal. I want to hit 200,000 subscribers at some point during the year.
Oh no, you
I'd like
didn't,
to do some
you
kind of
motherfucking
celebratory event
piece
to
of shit
celebrate
cocksucker.
finally hitting some growth on the channel for the first time in many years.
Mark my fucking
happens.
words.
And I would possibly like to do
I'm
it around the
coming
time
for
of my
you.
birthday.
I'm
My
gonna
birthday
find
is the
out
first
who
week
the
of April.
fuck you are.
Right now, as of right now,
motherfucker.
Okay,
you are
live.
fucked.
I can tell you.
Let this be
The channel
noticed
currently
live on
has
the internet. You're fucked.
195,380 subscribers. So less than 5,000 subs.
I don't have money to do it. 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 I don't have money to do it.
You could do it as long as the games in February stack up to be as good as everyone thinks they're going to be. For those who don't know, the games in February are going to be Sifu, Dying Light 2, Horizon Forbidden West, King of Fighters 15, and Elden Ring. There could be more, but those are like the big five. Okay? The big five. If all those games end up being good, that's going to bring new viewers to this channel that normally would not watch my content, and they will likely subscribe so they can talk, all right, on the streams, and it should be really great, I feel. It should, and I'm excited for that, and I hope that we will get more people to enjoy this channel and subscribe to the channel, especially now that you realize that now you can leave comments again, you can, you know, feel free to like a video and have a positive conversation with people and not get harassed anymore like it used to be, just toxic comments everywhere. That's gone now. The channel's a lot different now. So that's my goal for 2022 would be to reach 200,000 subscribers, hopefully by my birthday, and have a big celebratory event to celebrate that growth. Now, the other thing, okay, is I want to grow the channel to the point where it's as big as my Twitch channel was. All right? The problem is that's going to probably take years. I would like to say, oh, by the end of 2022, man, we're going to have, 700, 800 members on here, and we're going to be popping. The viewers are going to be up, and it's going to be just so exciting. But again, that's dependent on, will YouTube add gifted memberships like they claim they're going to? Will YouTube actually add real discoverability options on here, which they say they're going to? If they don't follow through with their promises, I can't help that. It's up to them to do these things and put the tools in place so that I can grow. I can't just make people find my stream on the site because that's not how the site works. You see? So I would absolutely love to say, hey, let's have this growth, let's have these as goals, but I can't really do that until we see what YouTube does in 2022, okay? But definitely the 200,000 subs is one that we can push towards. Now, Zebra in the stream chat has said, why is it that you didn't grow with any subs this year? It's not true at all. At the beginning of this year, this channel had 192,000. Actually, no, I take that back. If you go all the way back, it might have been like 189, 190. Because here's what happened. People subscribe, but then every year, YouTube will do an audit and removes a bunch of subs that are no longer active accounts. So you might go up a bit and then go back down. So what happened with this channel is it would go up, and then down again. Up, and then down again. And it would stay stagnant at the same level every single year for like 3-4 years straight. Now there's actually a reason for people to come and subscribe again. You see? So this year we've seen slow growth. If I remember correctly, when I first started full-time streaming here in like May, I think we were at like 191. And then we saw a spike. It went up to like 192, 193. Then YouTube did an audit and it went down again. And then it went up again slowly over the course of the year. We've definitely seen growth this year to get to 195. There's definitely consistent growth. I've been looking at it recently now. I actually have the app now on my phone where I can look at stats and stuff. And I look at like, okay, we went up. We actually went up some. It's interesting. Certain playthroughs will actually bring people to come and subscribe to the channel because they like that game. They want to talk during that game. Stuff like that. So, so yeah, we did have growth. You may not realize it because it's slow growth. But I think that's what I mean. Like, if there's new discoverability on YouTube for streaming, right, we might actually see big growth. The problem is there's no one can find DSP Gaming searching for games right now. It's just not possible. They got to fix it, you know. Let's see here. Joey just did a super chat. Says, what's your favorite Christmas movie that's not really about Christmas, like Die Hard or Gremlins, for example? Merry Christmas. Also hope you're doing well. It's Gremlins. Even though Gremlins is a Christmas movie, it's a horror movie. But I think Gremlins is my favorite out of those kind of movies, for sure. I used to watch that all the time when I was a kid, over and over at Christmas. So thank you, Joey. And Merry Christmas to you. Thank you for the super chat. All right, so last question. And then for just a couple minutes, I'll open up Q&A to the chat. It looks like we're not going to hit the 250, so there will be no final Christmas sweater swap. But I do want to say thank you guys for all the support on
that money. I really do. I need that money.
Amazing.
Pay my bills.
Thank you so much for everything. The final question for 2021 is as follows. You ready? From Zach. What was your favorite holiday tradition?
I don't have money to do it. 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 I don't have money to do it.
Back a few days ago on one of the pre-streams, okay? But what I will say is thus. What I really enjoyed is right after Thanksgiving, usually it was the weekend after Thanksgiving. My family and I, my parents and I, and sometimes my cousin when she was with us, would decorate the house for Christmas, in particular the Christmas tree. When the Christmas tree went up, and then, you know, next would come all the other decorations over the course of that next week. My parents would put up more decorations after the tree was up. That now meant we had a month of festive Christmas stuff all around the house. Snacks like popcorn balls.
Laugh sounds like
candy like Christmas Kisses, little miniature or Reese's peanut butter cups.
Does that sound
fours,
like
Toroni.
No, it sounds nothing like that at all.
Panettone, which is Italian bread.
The Ziggy Piggy's back.
All this festive stuff would now be added to the house. Where you walk around the living room or wherever, there was snacks. Everywhere you went, you should grab something to have a little festive snack. Okay? The decorations were beautiful. And that whole month of my life, I remember, would be a cool push towards the end of the year. You want to get done with school or whatever you're doing. You get to the end of the year, you get to that nice Christmas week, you're home, you're enjoying everything with your family, you're having good food, there's presents, there's celebrations and everything. That was the best. So, definitely, for me, that the biggest and best time of the entire, you know, holiday celebrations or holiday tradition was the trimming of the Christmas tree. Because that, not only was it fun to do, to put the ornaments all over the tree, to put the garland up, to do all that, but that was symbolizing the beginning of the Christmas month, the Christmas season, where everything was going to kick into high gear with food and fun and festiveness. Christmas music. My parents had the Time Life Christmas collection. They had on little cassette tapes they would play on the stereo throughout the whole house the whole month. It was so nice. So that's what it was for me. Thank you very much to Mario Espinoza, who just re-upped his membership. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it, the finale of Holiday Ask the King for 2021. I will now open up questions to the stream chat. If anyone has something they'd like to ask me that I can answer in the next few minutes, tag me in the chat, starting right now. Time's up. Sorry, no one got a question in. I'm just kidding. Go ahead. Ask away. Go ahead. No, really. Go ahead. Ask me something. Go ahead.
What do I do?
Jungle was loved. Finally.
Dead air.
Jungle was loved. What are you getting cat this year? I already talked about it earlier this week. I'm not discussing anything publicly because God forbid someone try to figure out what I got and how much it cost and this and that. It's bullshit. These people on the internet are nuts. I'm not fucking going there. Sorry, I can't talk about that. Mandy says, what's your favorite flavor? Overall, I don't have a favorite flavor. Chocolate, although I've always been a sucker for chocolate. Sucker Surprise says, I missed my Twitter question about Skyrim. Maybe I did or maybe I skipped it. Jones to Bones says, what did you get your wife for Christmas? I just answered that. Joey Walker did another super chat. He says, I actually found you through This Is How You Don't Play. I thought your moments of rage were hilarious. I think you're a genuinely funny guy. Thank you so much, Joey. Nice thing to say. Wait a minute. Justin R. just did another $13 tip and says, change that sweater. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our last chance. Let's do it. There's no time for a poll. So it's time, ladies and gentlemen. The grand finale sweater.
Oh,
very
cool.
nice. Thank you, Justin, for that.
Are you a functional retard? I have to ask.
Let's do a sweater swap. Now I can actually wash all these sweaters. Actually, you're not supposed to. I just realized you're not supposed to. Because of the electronics in them, you'll break them. You're not supposed to wash ones that have like stuff in them. So I can wash 2 of them. I can't wash the other one. It's funny. Okay. Sweater swap. It's time for Christmas kitties. Christmas kitties dancing around the tree. Christmas kitties, they are full of glee. La 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 la. Okay, what am I doing? Put the sweater.
We're soulmates.
Wow, a bunch of people are re-upping their memberships. Holy crap. Here we go. You know you love the Christmas kitties. I also love the Christmas kitties. Jasper, how dare you? He jumped on my chair. He tried to steal my chair. He saw me. I got up. He's like, oh, is he done? Can I steal his chair now? I'm not done yet, you know. I'm almost done, but not yet. Christmas kitties, guys. I know you guys wanted the Christmas kitties. Okay. All right. There we go. Awesome. Thank you so much, Justin, for all the support today, man. All those tips. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone, for your support today. So now some shout-outs. Hold on. Thank you to Fruits07, who re-upped his membership for 2 months. Says, hey, Phil, Merry Christmas.
If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it.
Christopher Brown upped his membership for 7 months. He says, Merry Christmas from Australia. Merry Christmas to you, Christopher. You're a day ahead, so it's actually is Christmas for you. It's
wow,
not
what a
Christmas for you in the
moron.
States,
Maybe you
but it's
should've
actually
just
Christmas
stood
for you. I hope
still.
you're having a
Paid
good one
attention,
so far.
dumbass.
Joey Walker did another super chat. He says, your haters are sad people. They call you a loser and other things, but they're the ones who watch you religiously every day. I can't dispute what you're saying. Thank you for the super chat. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh, Toxicity Firestar says, if you play Oblivion, will you make Jasper in that too? I don't know. Let's see how it goes in Skyrim, and we'll go from there. I mean, it's kind of going ahead of ourselves. I did part 1 of Skyrim, and you're asking about the Oblivion playthrough. Let's see how Skyrim goes. People always get ahead of themselves. Junko Was Love says, do you and Kat go and look out at the lights in neighborhoods and such? You know, we would love to do that. We haven't yet. Our local neighbors here actually have some nice lights. There's 2 different people in our complex here who actually put up a lot of lights, and we drive by. One of them has like a choo-choo train that lights up, and these icicles going up and down, and crazy snowman moving around. And right across the way here, they got all these nice lights on their bushes and stuff. That's really nice. We just don't have time to go drive and look at lights. I told you, we get 1 day off a week. That day we cram everything in that we need to do, and then we come home and we're beat. I wish we had time to do shit like that. We just don't. So maybe one day. All right, Christopher, you have a great Christmas, man. He's about to go to his parents for Christmas lunch. He's in Australia. It's already Christmas there. It's awesome. Jeremy Kyle says, even though Sekiro and Bloodborne were successful, why do you think FromSoft never made a sequel? In the case of Bloodborne, isn't Sony involved? Isn't that a Sony decision? I don't know if I'm correct there or not, but I think Bloodborne was partially backed by Sony, and so because of that, something happened where they didn't have freedom to do whatever they wanted, and so they kind of went in another direction with their games, with Sekiro and stuff like that. I could be wrong, though. Sekiro, I don't think they're going to make a sequel because most people didn't like it. I'm going to be honest here. This is truthful. Most people who, like, widespread mainstream played Dark Souls did not like Sekiro. Sekiro was too tough for the common gamer who had played games like Dark Souls 2 and 3, and there was flexibility and different ways to beat it. Sekiro was like, you get good and you learn the parry or you lose. And the common person didn't like that. So even though it sold decently, it didn't sell nearly as well as like Dark Souls 3. And therefore, that's why they kind of went back to the drawing board with Elden Ring. That's why they're not going to do another Sekiro. Let's see here. Zebra says, what time will I stream your end series, early or late streams? It's a good question. I don't know yet because it's kind of too early to tell. Ideally, what I would like to do is a full main daytime stream. First half is 90 minutes, and that's the most disappointing games. Take a break, come back for another 90 minutes, and that's the Game of the Year awards. The problem with that is, I don't know. I talk a lot. Did you notice? I talk a lot. I don't know if having just 90 minutes is going to be enough time for me to actually get through what I have to say about like 10 or more games. You know what I mean? So I might not be enough, and then what if I don't finish? If I do them as night streams, 2 night streams with 2 hours each, that I think 2 hours is definitely enough to go through the entire countdown. You see? But I don't know. We'll see what happens. I guess it'll also be dependent on when I sit down to do it and I make my list or whatever. How much do I have to say about each game? Then I can figure it out. I can't really tell you in advance yet. Joey did yet another super chat. He says, what's your favorite and least favorite GTA games and why? What's your favorite generation of consoles overall? And what's your favorite Souls game? Oh my god. Favorite GTA game of all time, GTA 4, because it's the first one I ever played. That was the open world sandbox, and it meant a lot to me when I was trying to get back into console games to be re-immersed in a universe like that felt so immersive and realistic to New York City, which I'd been to many times in real life. Least favorite GTA? GTA 3, only because it's the most primitive of all of them and the shortest one. Not to say it's a bad game, just all the other ones just seem better because they're more advanced. Third generation of consoles is the 16-bit era. The entire Genesis versus SNES was an amazing battle. I owned both and enjoyed games on both consoles. SNES is my favorite console of all time. My favorite Souls game of all time is still Dark Souls 1. So there you go. Okay. Anything else? Any other last chance, guys? We got just a couple more minutes left. If you want to ask a question, please tag me in the chat. We'll get through a few more, and then we will adjourn for the holiday. I won't see you guys again until Sunday. I hope. I hope I can have a day off. What's my thought on opening a Discord server? It's not going to happen. Discord server is insecure. I know for a fact because we had, many years ago, some fans of mine who said, can I open a Discord server as a fan server for you, Phil? And I said, well, do you know what you're doing? Do you understand how to run a Discord? And they said, yes. Okay, then do it. I'm not gonna use it yet. But if you want to open a fan server, go ahead. I'll talk a little about it on my content. They did. I talked about it. Within 2 days, the entire server was full of trolls. It was so unmanageable that the people who actually wanted to run it left and quit, and the whole server went to shit and was closed down. I don't have time or means to run a Discord server. Someone else would have to do it, and I just don't see the purpose. What's the purpose? You know what's going to happen. People will go on there, whether or not they act like trolls. They will troll, they will dox, they will do fucked up things to my viewers. It's not worth it. It's a safety risk. Jungo has loved us off the party. Merry Christmas to you. Oh man, Mark says he finished Fatal Fury the other day. What are my favorite memories, or what are my memories of Fatal Fury? The thing I remember about Fatal Fury is it was the first SNK fighting game in arcades that I saw, and it was like had loud voices. Like I remember in the arcade, you would hear them yelling out the names of their moves and stuff, like power Geyser and shit. Power Wave, Power Wave, Tiger, but he yelled a real loud one. I hear it in the arcade resonating in the arcade. Like, damn, it would draw attention to it. But no one really played it. RHS Antonio was in a super chat. He says, the first time I ever saw your vids of Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Thought you were hilarious. Was a fan ever since. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, RHD Antonio. And, yeah, that was a long time ago. I haven't played Marvel 2 in so long. So I can imagine. That was me hanging out with my friends too. Like, you know, when I used to play
homosexuals
Marvel
are evil
2,
people
I know
who are
a
all
couple
passing
times
around
come over
AIDS.
who were like my regulars from back in the day who we'd play together, and that was fun playing with them and, you know, having that little camaraderie on my content. You guys get to see how we used to be in arcades, right? No plans to play Final Fantasy 4 or 6 anytime soon. Zebra, I did full playthroughs of those a year or two ago, and I don't think I'm going back anytime soon. No. All right. Yes, I like Home Alone 1 and 2. The movies. The games are shit. No, Kat and I are not currently watching any ongoing TV series. No. People are very upset with BITW Awesome, who's been saying Romance Cat in video comments on my streams and everywhere for years. And people are very upset with him for doing it. So I think pretty soon Common Opinion is going to turn against him and they're going to find him and unplug his internet. Joey Walker just became a channel supporter. Thank you, Joey. Why am I toxic? Only Thin Ice, who has been banned like 20 times but somehow came back with another account today, says thoughts on becoming a vegan. There's nothing wrong with being a vegan. I wouldn't want to do it because, as you know, I like variety. I wouldn't want to just sit there and eat non-meat forever. I like meat. I do. I don't need to eat it all the time. In fact, the last couple of years, I kind of opened my eyes to more vegetarian cuisine when it comes to like Indian food and stuff like that. So I could eat just vegetables and just fruits if prepared in a way that it tastes great. I wouldn't mind it. But I love meat as well, and I wouldn't want to shut my access to meat for no good reason. So okay. These questions now are just being stupid. Basically what happens is you get a few people with serious questions, and then people start coming in with the dumb ones, and I don't want to waste time on the dumb ones. So, guys, this is going to be it. Thank you guys so very much. First of all, a great month so far. This has been a great holiday month. I've really enjoyed being festive with you guys, with the great decorations, the animations, right? Now, this last week, the silliness of dressing up and the hat and everything. This will be, I think this will be a tradition now. The week of Christmas every year, I'll do the dress up with the hats and the sweater, so that way we can have some variety on the streams for Christmas week. This officially is the final time I'm doing it. After this ends, you will not see me in this attire until next December. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you for being a great audience today on the live stream of Ask the King. Thank you to everyone who's probably watching this on demand on YouTube as well. Thank you all for the support this year, both today on this very stream, as well as just in general. It's been a great year. Okay. Now Justin just became a channel supporter. Thank you, Justin. Justin is being such a nice guy today with all the support. I really appreciate it, man. Big. Okay. Big. Andrew just did a super chat. He says, screw the trolls. You can get Cat whatever you want. Just because you're down doesn't mean you have to live miserably. You have to be responsible. You're absolutely right, Andrew. It's not like, again, it's not like I didn't say, oh, we're getting nothing this year. That's not the case. I'm not going to talk about it publicly because, as you know, these idiots then turn it into every possible negative thing. And there's just no point in even talking about it publicly. Rest assured, tomorrow we'll have a great Christmas together. For us, though, the holiday is not about commercialism. It's about spending time together because we don't get entire days to just spend together. We don't. Our day off is run out, go grocery shopping, go to an appointment, buy supplies, do this. Oh God, we finally got home in time. Now we can rest for a couple of hours together. That's our day off. Tomorrow will be a day we get to cook together multiple times. We get to enjoy good food, music, probably have some drinks, spend time with Jasper, watch some holiday stuff, have a good, relaxing holiday day together. That's what the holiday should be about. The time you get to spend with the people you love, not about, oh, here's a fucking gift I bought you that you're going to forget about in 5 minutes anyway. Here. Right? There you go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. Thank you for a very great holiday edition of Ask the King. I hope you enjoyed the show. The next Ask the King will be in March 2022, the first week. I'm not sure exactly when. I think I have it tentatively scheduled for like the 3rd. Doesn't have to be the 3rd. I just made a placeholder date. But likely that'll be it. I figure January, we're going to be very busy with all these playthroughs. February, we're going to be crazy busy with the new games. Let's do this and let's reconvene in March when people might actually have distinct things to ask me directly. Okay? Joey did a final super chat. Says you've been unjustly kicked off of many platforms. You've had to rebuild many times, but you've never been down and out. And that's because of you. That's because of you guys.
I need those,
you guys
that money.
I really do.
I need
wherever
that money.
I went over the years, whether it was YouTube, Blip TV, Twitch, wherever I need to go. You guys follow me. You know, Twitter, Patreon, all the places I've been, all the things I've done. You guys never give up on me. I don't give up on you, and we just keep going strongly together. And that's really the key to success, is not giving up, but having the support to keep you going, and I have it because of all of you. So thank you all for that so very much. Guys, please have a Merry Christmas or a Happy Holiday, whatever it is that you might celebrate.
Alive and well in Israel.
I hope you and yours have a good and safe one, especially with, again, what's going on in this world. COVID's still not over. Please be careful. I want nothing more than to see you all after Christmas back here on the streams enjoying games with me. By the way, remember to vote on the game you want to see on the channel page of DSP Gaming. The poll is live. And I wish you all a very, very happy holiday season. All right, guys? Thank you. And I will see you all soon. Merry Christmas, everyone. May peace on earth, goodwill toward men. Deck the halls with boughs of holly. Fa la 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 la. La 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 la. 'Tis the season to be jolly. Fa la 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 la. La 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 la. Don we now our gay apparel.
Special delivery.
Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride when there's a lot of snow outside.
Stop this!
Ho, 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 who wouldn't go? Ho, 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 who wouldn't go? Up on the housetop, click, click, click. Oops, I slipped and landed on... What? Okay, guys, I stopped recording. I just want to do something stupid. All right, that's it for Ask the King. So what we'll actually do...
Please shut up this dude who's being a
I'll
moron.
set this up for Sunday. Remember, I'm not here tomorrow, okay? I'm not here tomorrow. I'm actually having a rare day where I'm spending the whole day with my wife, and we don't have a million fucking shitty things to do. We can actually have a nice day together for a change. So let's go ahead and set this up for Sunday. We'll do this one for Sunday. Looks good. This is a good post-Christmas pre-stream podcast template, isn't it? Very nice. All right. So, in summation, my friends, thanks. This has been a great holiday week and a great holiday month so far. Keep in mind, it's not over. I'm going to keep these decorations and everything and the animations up until we do the year-end awards, which is likely the first week of January. So we still got another 1 or 2 weeks left of this silliness. But no more hat, no more sweater. It comes off right now. Get it off. Get it off of me. Get it off. Get it off of me. Oh, my stomach. You saw my stomach. I was exposed on stream. You actually saw skin and hair. It's absolutely revolting. I'm so sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to make you all vomit and freak out. You actually saw my stomach skin. Oh, it's terrible. I'm really sorry. I just ruined Christmas for everybody there. Okay. Anyway. No, really, thank you. This is a fun week, guys. It really was. It was a super fun week. I had a lot of fun with you guys. I get to retire the sweaters now for the year. I get to put the hat away for the year, right? I'm going to go put these sweaters back into my drawer where they belong. Fold them up, put them in my drawer for the year. So here's the deal. I'm not here tonight, no late stream, and I'm not here tomorrow. I'm going to upload this Ask the King right now to the channel, so if you want to watch it, you can if you didn't see it live. Not to this channel, though. I'm going to upload it over to the King of Hate Vlogs. Boy, the King of Hate HD. Now, that's an old channel. No, the King of Hate Vlogs.
The Ziggy Piggy is here.
So go check that out. If you didn't see this. I'm not here tonight, not here tomorrow. Please have a great Christmas, everybody. Okay? Safe one. I'll be back on Sunday. Now, you guys determine what I'm playing on Sunday. You have to vote. Go right now to the community tab on the main channel page of this channel, DSP Gaming, and vote on the game you want to see. Last I checked, Skyrim was narrowly in the lead. Like, narrowly. I can double check right now, actually. Skyrim is still narrowly in the lead, a little bit more of a lead now by about 7%. But that's not a lot. Oh my God, it's absolutely disgusting. That's not a lot. We could still have, like, people jump in. I think there's less than 2,000 people who voted. And usually we get about 2,000 people who vote. So there could definitely be more people jumping there and voting. But right now it looks like Skyrim is in the lead with Resident Evil 2 right behind.
Do you want to play the
Vote.
fucking game?
Vote tonight or tomorrow. And then Sunday, the first game will be whatever won the poll. Sunday night, Street Fighter. For those who like old school Street Fighter, you're disappointed I'm not playing it tonight. I'll be playing it on Sunday night. Okay, guys? Thank you all very much. Have a great Christmas. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Peace out, everyone. I will see you Sunday. Later. Yeah. Thanks, Derek. I appreciate that. I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
$16.51 from PayPal. $110.09.
Smack clowns and make the whole club black out with mad style. Do it big, rapping hard, and let the people do back down. I smack climb, make the whole club black out. Ass down, do it big, make the whole club black out. When back down, I smack clowns and make the whole club black out. When ass down, do it big, hard and hard. Back down, I smack clowns, smack back down, I smack clowns, make the whole club black out. Let's go.
My lovers like it ain't no thing. Lovers like it ain't no thing.
Back down, I smack clowns and make the whole club black out with mad style. Do it big, rapping hard and hard. My people do it. Back down, I smack clowns, smack. Back down, I smack clowns.
No, there's no going back. But sometimes I miss you missing me. Calling me on the phone, asking me how I'm doing, asking if I'm alone. I miss you missing me. I miss you missing me. I miss you missing me.
I don't care if you forget me. I just want there to be more. You can't wait to be remembered, just like the kids before. Take me to the promised land, is what you said I'd get. It's what you said I'd get.
I used to walk these roads with you. Can't remember the last time I went without you. Where do I go? Where do I go? How will I know? How will I know? I used to walk these roads with you. Remember the last time I went without you. Where do I go? Where do I go? How will I know? How will I know? I used to walk these roads with you. Can't remember the last time I went without you. Where do I go? Where do I go from here? Where do I go? Where do I go from here? Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go from here? Where do I go?
I'm alone in the dark, can I be where you are?